What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, March 24th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas basketball reportedly has itself a new coach. The Texas women's basketball team is off to the round of 32. Huge weekends for Longhorn baseball and softball. We've got the Sweet 16 set in the men's tournament. The Sweet 16, it will be set by the end of the day in the women's tournament. And the passing of a Longhorn legend as well. Plus a couple of fun stories between now and 9 o'clock on TSU's morning program. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We appreciate everyone getting their week started with us. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing great, man. I hope you had a good weekend. And for those that needed the rain, I told you it would rain on Sunday. I didn't know it was hailing last night until you told me this morning. I knew I heard something that sounded different on the rooftop. I was thinking, because of the winds, maybe the wind was hitting the rain hard, but I didn't think it was actual hail. But that's exactly what I heard on my rooftop last night. As I was just like you, I was waiting for the power to go out because I had enough thunder boomers out here that shook the house, and it was like a light show up here.
I was out of nowhere too,
dude, and it was early too. I'd gone to bed early enough, but I thought it would be I knew it was going to rain, but I thought we'd have just some drizzle, and I locked out the dogs, and then like 9:30. All that stuff started to happen. I'm flying out to let the dogs in the garage, and boy, they were like sitting by the garage door waiting. I mean, it must have been quite a light show. They get weirded out about lightning. They don't care. The rain doesn't bother them. It's the lightning and the thunder boomers that get them. And dude, they were like sitting there. As soon as I cracked it, they were like flying underneath to get in.
Yeah, it was loud. You had thunder, you had wind, you had rain, you had hail. I mean, it was like an hour of madness last night.
And then it just kind of went away. It didn't even slow play it. It just stopped.
It just stopped, and it came kind of out of nowhere, too. I mean, I went to the Austin FC match yesterday, and the sun didn't really come out, but it was, in the 80s. It was warm. You didn't really get a sense that we were about to get some sort of crazy storm, and then, boom, at about 9 o'clock.
You should have known. I told you it was going to rain Sunday.
You didn't tell us it was going to do all of that, but...
Well, I don't remember. I only do rain. I don't know what happens in between all of that.
You're right. I'll give you credit. I'll give you credit. You did forecast some rain yesterday, and we got some rain yesterday. Now I got to ask you at the start of this week, do we have any more precipitation coming our way?
We got close to 2.5 to 3 inches Thursday and Friday totals coming up. All the stuff that we need. This is perfect. Spring break is over with. Everybody got to go do their thing down the coast and get to the beach. But, today it's going to be, in the 80s. Tomorrow, close to 90 degrees. And then Wednesday in the 80s. And then in the 70s as we get ready for some rain Thursday and Friday. Much needed rain, to say the least. So,
yeah, my girl knows what 2.5 to 3 inches feels like. So, yeah, that's good. Now everyone else will get to experience that. That's great.
Yeah, it's going to come in later in this week, and we can use it because it's the planting season. We're in spring now. It's the planting season. Let that rain come, and yes, get your greens out there. Get those greens planted. So, I will be pulling up my broccoli today, getting rid of it. I was at the farmer's market. I almost called you on Saturday. I said, don't wake him up. Farmer's market opens up at 9 o'clock over Tony Berger. I said, don't do that. He's not up. It's 9 o'clock. He went to bed late watching games. But I was going to say, hey, come over. Let's hold hands over at Tony Berger Center because I'm by myself again with my little bag over there.
Oh, thank you for not calling me.
You're right down the road. You're going to have to go with your girl sometime and get up at 10 o'clock and go on a Saturday and go over to Tony Berger. And, boy, the farmers were working it hard. Boy, they had a packed house of people over there buying all their goods. And I suggest if you're not happy with the prices at the stores, you want something fresh cut, fresh, they had fresh carrots, they had fresh greens. It was wonderful. But I was there alone with my little bag. Hey, I have my little backpack that I got from Sue Patrick's. I got one, the bag I got. It was loaded with all kinds of stuff. I brought it home,
Just skipping through the crowd, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yes, waving at everybody. Oh, it was so much fun.
So sorry to you. What a
I'm
horrible
not. I'm
day.
truly not. I'm a heterosexual man. I'm not. So whatever you're thinking. No, I don't go there with a friend of mine. I'm not part of the village people going to the farmer's market. No, I had a wonderful time at the farmer's market, saying hello to all the different farmers selling their candles and honey and greens and carrots. It was great.
You wouldn't catch me dead at that
Come
place.
on, man.
And if I was dead and you took my body to that place, I would come back to life just so I could leave before anyone saw me.
Oh, oh my goodness.
Not happening. All right. Plenty of sports to dive into this morning. But before we do, Buck, how about the soldier shout outs?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those who fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. To you and your families, thank you. And to all you first responders out there, we've had a lot of fires, and not just in our area, but all over the country. Thank you to all you first responders out there getting it done and helping people out. We do appreciate it, but do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Buck, where do you want to begin today? I mean, we've got the firing of Rodney Terry and the reported hiring of Sean Miller for
Sean
Texas.
Miller's in. Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Well, nothing official yet from the university, but multiple sources reported yesterday that Xavier Sean Miller is about to be named the next head coach of the Texas men's basketball program. So we could start right there.
Yeah, I would say there. That's good. It sounds like it's a choice that's been out there for a while.
Yeah. Our guy Chip Brown, reported last Wednesday after Texas lost that first 4 game to Sean Miller's Xavier squad that Sean Miller was kind of the top target to replace Rodney Terry. And it seems like that was the number one choice for Chris Del Conte. You had some interesting reports over the last couple of days. Maybe the Longhorns reached out to Bill Self at Kansas. There was some conversation about Chris Beard maybe getting a call to return to Austin. But ultimately, it feels like Sean Miller is going to be the guy, and it feels like he has been one of, if not the very top guy throughout this entire process. So we'll see if we get something official today. If it feels like this may have been rushed a little bit, it's probably because it was. The transfer portal for men's college basketball opens today. So I wouldn't be surprised if Texas makes it official today so Sean Miller can officially hit the ground running and start trying to build a competitive roster for next season. As first order of business is going to be trying to convince Kendall Weaver and Devon Pryor and Nick Cody to not leave in the portal. But obviously the Longhorns are losing a ton from this year's team. They're going to have to address those holes through the portal. And the portal window this year is only 30 days. Last year it was 45. So it starts today, and it's shorter than what it was last year, which I think kind of put Texas in a tough spot. They needed to make a move pretty quickly. And obviously Sean Miller's team got bounced from the tournament on Friday. So they were able to move pretty swiftly after that and kind of get this thing seemingly worked out over the weekend.
And if you can keep Kendall Weaver, you got to do everything you can to do that, because there'll be tons. There'll be tons of teams who would like to have that guy. A 1-year payday for that guy. I mean, and people love, that's the kind of glue guy you need on your team. So there'll be tons. It won't be one of those deals that you don't, you can offer him nothing, just offer him a little something to stay. No, there are going to be some teams that love to have that guy on their team.
Yeah, Kendall Weaver's one of those rare, really good 4-year players, right? And he still has a couple of years left of eligibility, I think. So
even after this, there may be one more still left.
I think he's got 2 more years left. I've got to double check that. But
he doesn't have a NBA career in him. He maybe have a Europe career in him and a way to make some money over the next couple of years. But this is the way to make some money while you're here over the next couple of years, is by staying for sure.
Yeah. And I did find it interesting, leading up to that Texas Xavier first 4 game last week. Obviously the coaches had press conferences, and, you always wonder, like, have conversations been happening behind the scenes, right? Has Chris Del Conte been talking to Sean Miller for the last few weeks, for the last few months, whatever, about the possibility of him taking over for Rodney Terry at some points? Sean Miller was asked about Kendall Weaver, and he had nothing but high praise for Weaver. I mean, like, he went out of his way to talk about, oh, man, he's such a winning player, and every coach in America would love to have a guy like that on their team. And it's like, was Sean Miller starting to re-recruit Kendall Weaver to Texas right then and there?
Dude, CDC's been recruiting Kendall Weaver. to Texas.
Yeah, I think so. And then look, speaking of Sean Miller being recruited to Texas, I mean, you go back, like Chip Brown reported that Sean Miller was Chris Del Conte's top target a couple of years ago, right? If Rodney Terry didn't make that run to the Elite Eight and earned the job on a full-time basis, then it sounds like Sean Miller was going to be the hire back in 2023. Of course, Texas, coached by Rodney Terry, beat Xavier, coached by Sean Miller, in the Sweet 16 that year. And once that happened, it's like, well, you're not going to fire your guy to hire the guy he just beat. That would have not made a lot of sense. That would have been a tough sell to this fan base. But it seems like, yeah, Sean Miller has been sort of the apple of CDC's eye for the last two coaching searches now.
Yeah, and and for Rodney Terry, I mean, the university just appreciates what that guy did when somebody had to step in, but he just wasn't the future of this program. He was what the president was, and he did a pretty good job for a couple of years, and now it's time to move on. I mean, I got nothing bad to say about that dude. Although somebody just mentioned they were done with him when it was the horns down deal. I was about done with him about then too. As a matter, when I think about it, that's about the time that I thought there's something not right here. That
was a bad bid, and that came.
Yeah, it was a bad bid. It was a bad bid for a head coach.
Yeah. Look, I can't stand when a fan gets annoyed by horns down, but when you're a coach, you shouldn't let that bother you. There are certain things that can bother you. There are certain things that maybe should bother you. The opposing
tells
team,
me you're either over passionate or just come on, worry about your team.
You know how you stop other teams from doing horns down to your fans? You win, coach. You win. Yeah. UCF doesn't go up to your student section doing horns down if they don't complete a miracle comeback and beat your team in your place.
Right.
So maybe coach up your kids a little bit better. But look, I mean, Texas still made it to the tournament that year. They won a game in the tournament that year.
That was just a bad bit. You're right.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't love Rodney Terry, after the Longhorns' miracle comeback against A&M in Austin back in late January. I didn't love RT going through the handshake line with his tongue out while he was shaking hands of the A&M players. Like, as much as I can't stand A&M and as much as I enjoyed that victory, like, dude, you're the head coach. Like, show a little bit more respect and class in that moment than what you did then and there. But ultimately, I don't care. Like, just win. Just win. If Texas basketball was going in the right direction under Rodney Terry, I think every fan would have overlooked those two instances and overlooked everything else that Rodney Terry may or may have not done here. But the problem was you went from Elite Eight to round of 32 to first four exit, and there was nothing you could point to that made you believe that Rodney Terry was going to be able to get things back on the right track moving forward. So, Chris Del Conte released a statement yesterday. Part of the statement reads, quote, "Coach Terry and I have decided it is in the best interest of the University of Texas to move in a different direction. Coach Terry has led our program in a first-class manner, and we've accomplished some great things. He did a tremendous job in his first season helping to manage a very difficult situation, and we're truly grateful for that. We appreciate all he's done for our student athletes and program and wish him the best in the future."
Yeah, it sounds like that means, to me, that sounds like he got what he wanted to get in his buyout. Everything worked out for both sides.
They did kind of phrase it as a mutual parting of the ways. At least they tried to. I think we all know what happened here. Yeah, Rodney Terry, I don't know if he's going to see all of his buyout money, but I'm sure he is going to make seven figures to leave. And we'll see. I mean, he could get a head coaching job somewhere else this offseason. If he doesn't get one this offseason, I'm sure he could get one next offseason. Like, he's now been a coach at 3 different Division I college basketball programs.
And he's won.
He's won. I mean, it's not a lot of coaches currently coaching college basketball who have made it to an Elite Eight. So he's got a resume that you would think a number of schools across the country could be enamored with. I don't know if he's going to get a job as big as Texas ever again, but could he land a G5 or maybe a low-level P5 job? I think the opportunities would be there for Rodney Terry if he wants. But I think you and I, and I don't want to say 100% of Longhorn Nation, but I think the vast majority of Texas fans were happy with a move being made to let go of Rodney Terry.
Now, are they happy with? Will they be happy with this dude?
Now, that's the next question here. Well, before we get to the people, Buck, I'll ask you first. Are you happy with this dude?
Yeah, he's won every place he's been. I was surprised that generally the university doesn't deal with guys that are even a little shady. They just have not. That's not been what they've done. But of course, as you said, this now is a part of what college basketball is, and the bag and all that other stuff and making phone calls. It's now, there's no sneaking under the table stuff now. And he just happened to be during that time. And the university, I thought, was still, we weren't going to deal with anybody that even just mess with the rules at all or was under investigation. And so they've changed their ways in that way. Once again, like I said, you ain't cheating.
Yeah.
You ain't trying. But I mean,
yeah,
that part just surprises me. But that's the only part about it. Other than that, the guy's a pretty good coach.
Yeah, no, he's had a lot of success at Xavier a couple of different times and at Arizona as well. The reason he lost his job at Arizona after being there for 12 years was because he and the Wildcats were involved in a college basketball-wide FBI investigation that started in 2017, and it involved the paying of former number 1 overall pick DeAndre Ayton, who's been in the NBA.
Just don't lie to the FBI.
Yeah, and you had wiretaps on an assistant coach at Arizona, and that assistant coach ended up getting arrested, pled guilty to 1 felony count of conspiracy to commit bribery after being accused of accepting $20,000 by a sports agent to steer players to the University of Arizona.
That's all that dude got? That's
DeAndre Ayton reportedly got $10,000 a month. At least that's what was on the wiretap. Man. Now, a player like DeAndre Ayton, a 5-star big man, would go for maybe $250K a month now.
Yes.
Like you're paying 7 figures at the minimum to get a recruit as good as DeAndre Ayton. And it's funny
for as many months as he's going to be there. Think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, that guy is now an easy 7-figure player to get him to your school. And less than 10 years ago, this is just how much college basketball has changed. Really, college sports as a whole. Like that was enough to get an assistant coach arrested and a head coach to lose his job. And it was kind of a mess, right? Sean Miller didn't lose his gig right away, but the NCAA handed down some harsh punishments on Arizona. They had a self-imposed postseason ban, and it was hard for them to recruit. It was hard for them to win. And then Sean Miller lost his job after 2021 because things had kind of fallen off a cliff.
And that truly surprised me that the university would go in that direction. But once again, nobody's perfect. He's not perfect. The times were, what they were. I mean, there were people doing all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't mean you have to do it. But they're past that, and this is what they've decided to do. So,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's something that's completely legal now. Like I get it. At the time, it was illegal, and so it's a checkered past, if you want to call it that. But
and once again, the university hasn't done that in the past. So this is a different. I mean, I'm not even going to say it's different times. We all know it's different times, but the philosophy of the university hasn't been in that direction before. And it's just changed. Okay. Right. I mean, it doesn't mean it's great. Doesn't mean it's bad. I mean, do you have a good basketball coach? That's going to be really important to the people. Now, if he's a cheater and can't coach, damn.
Yeah. That'll hurt. If he's a cheater and can't coach, that's a problem there. Look, I'm not going to hold paying players against any college coach. Like everybody was doing it back then. I mean, Bill Self, I'm a Kansas fan. Bill Self at Kansas, one of his assistants was caught on a wiretap doing the same thing. Sure. You know what Kansas said? F it. We're not firing our coach. We're not self-imposing a postseason ban. No. We're going to keep playing some college basketball up here. Like, a lot of coaches were doing it at the time. Some coaches got caught and didn't get in trouble. Some coaches got caught and did get in trouble. Obviously, Will Wade was the head coach at LSU. He was involved in this scandal. He got fired. He had to work his way back up. Now he's about to become the next head coach at NC State. So, look, the way Sean Miller handled it, I mean, he lied. He said he didn't do it. He said he didn't do it. If you want to get on him for that, then, okay, that's fair. But I will not hold paying players in college basketball against a coach because that's some shit that's been going on since the beginning of time.
Oh, so if little Johnny jumped off the bridge, would you jump off the bridge too?
If all of my friends jumped off a bridge, yeah, I would, because I would have 0 friends left if I didn't.
Very interesting there.
I've never understood that.
If you couldn't get your dog on the plane, would you choke your dog out?
No, we'll get into that story a little bit later.
All-time worst story of all time.
Maybe the worst airplane /
No,
airport
we've
story
got a
we've
lot
ever
of
had.
those. We have a lot of those over time.
This one is near the very top of the
Oh,
list of worst ones that we've had.
oh my goodness, BK.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you holding that against him? Are you anti Sean Miller because
No,
he paid
I'm not.
DeAndre Ayton?
Hey, everybody makes a mistake. Nobody's perfect,
Yeah.
so things can happen. You forgive and move on. It's just like I said. It's just something different for university.
Yep.
Different times, things change.
Well,
Philosophies change, and people think a little bit different. So I'm not holding. If he can coach, he can coach, and you forgive a guy for something that happened in the past. That's all. We
sure.
forgive people all the time.
In Texas, I mean, look, what Steve Sarkisian did at USC was not a crime. He didn't break the law.
No,
He didn't break any rules, but
and he got a chance.
Texas gave its football coach a second chance, right? And he had a checkered past, and there were a lot of Longhorn fans who were not on board with the Steve Sarkisian hire when it happened in early 2021. And, well, I think it's worked out pretty well for the Longhorns. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you Sean Miller's about to have that type of run as the head coach of the Texas men's basketball program. But, there is one time in the recent past where Chris Del Conte and the University of Texas hired a guy that wasn't the top name that was available, and a guy who, again, had some questionable things that had happened in his past.
Yeah,
And
I mean, yeah, and
worked out.
I say these things, BK, but there are going to be others. They're going to hold this against Sean Miller and the university. I mean, it's going to happen. That's just the way life is. So,
Well, I think people just want a guaranteed winner. Like there's
yeah,
a portion of Texas fans who wanted Chris Beard back. Are you going to sit here
yeah,
and
you're
tell me
right.
you're going to sit here and tell me what Sean Miller did trying to get college kids money in a multi-billion-dollar industry was worse than what Chris Beard allegedly did?
That guy was trying to get wins. He didn't give a shit about getting kids money. If you think I'm falling for, he doesn't have any money in his family story, no. He was trying to get wins. He was trying to get great players. He wasn't just trying to get kids money because, his family doesn't have any money. He was trying to win games and trying to get the best players a lot of money. That's what he's trying to do. I mean, it's not a big deal. I just said some people will hold that against him. I just want to know if he can coach now. That's something in the past, I would have been more upset if they would have hired probably Chris Beard back. I think I'd have been more disappointed if that were to have happened than for what Sean Miller has done. And hopefully this guy can get over it. He can coach and move on. But like I said, I'd rather have Sean Miller than I would have had Chris Beard if they would have brought him back after what had happened.
All right. Am I back on?
You're on.
Dude, I got to call Spectrum today, man. This is getting out of control.
Oh, we just had a major deal with we had hail on. You had hail on your apartment last night. Come on.
No, but this has happened like 3 times in the last 3 weeks, hadn't it? This just keeps happening, even when the weather's good.
Where do you go from Spectrum? Please don't tell me go back to DirecTV.
Oh, does DirecTV do internet?
I think they're doing internet now. No, you don't want to go there because if the wind just blows, you've got a problem.
Yeah, the problem is, I could get Coach Prime as a pigeon hanging out at my place if I go with DirecTV, right?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that his bit? Isn't that what he's doing these days?
For sure.
Pigeon Prime. Yeah, I don't know, man. I pay too much. The problem is the apartment complex I live in has an exclusive deal with Spectrum.
An exclusive.
So it's my only option. Now, I do pay extra for the upgraded Wi-Fi because it's pretty important to the job that we have.
Yes.
But apparently I'm not paying enough because we're still having all sorts of issues with this thing. So,
well, I'll say this. It's going to be important to you and your 7 friends on this hire. So,
yeah, well, it is. And I'm kind of surprised. Maybe I'm not surprised. Again, people hated the Steve Sarkisian hire. Like, there's only a few names that were out there that I think would have gotten everybody on board.
Sure.
But most of those names probably were never coming here, right?
They're never coming, or they're still coaching.
Well, Jay Wright is one of them. Like, everyone talked about Jay Wright. Of course, Jay Wright would have been a better hire than Sean Miller. I don't think Jay Wright's ever going to coach again anywhere.
No. That job he has is too smooth. He gets to be in his suit, and he doesn't have to go up and down the court. He doesn't have to sweat in his suit. He doesn't have to go, he doesn't have to sweat. It's all good with him. He's making money, making big cash.
Right. Some folks talked about Tony Bennett, the national championship winning coach at Virginia from a few years ago. Like, that guy is not coming back to coach. It's not happening.
No, it took him forever to get out of coaching.
Right, right. Also, like a guy like Bill Self at Kansas. Look, I hope Texas kicked the tires. I hope we find out that Chris Del Conte reached out to Bill.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they went after the best of the best. And now you're muted. You must have hit your mute button. Or your spectrum's going crazy. Nope, I can't hear you, bud. It's okay. Come back to us. But yeah, I mean, I think they got this choice that they got was the guy that they truly had at the top of their list. This was not a middle of the road list guy.
Now, can you hear me now?
I got you.
We're doing the Verizon thing. Can you hear me now?
I got you, buddy.
Oh my God. Yeah, look, they weren't getting Bill Self away from Kansas. I hope they tried. And I hope they, got told no, but convincing a coach to leave that job or any job, it was a very, very tall ask. And
they've got more than a BK there and 7 friends. They got a lot of folks involved in their basketball program.
Yeah, they do. And that's their biggest fish up there, right? Like for Texas, basketball is always going to be at best second fiddle. I think most people would argue it's third fiddle behind baseball. As well, considering all of the history that Texas Longhorn baseball has. So, yeah, I mean, that's a tough sell to get a Kansas coach to leave for any job in the country. And then, look, you wonder about
coach. They got a good coach. This dude can coach.
Yeah, and you wonder about guys like Nate Oates at Alabama. Was he ever contacted? I don't know, number one, if Nate Oates would have left. And number two, Nate Oates is still coaching. What if Nate Oates makes it to the Final Four? What if he's like under the table? Yeah, but then Alabama goes on to win the national championship and he's like, actually, no, I want to stay. Then you're 2 or 3 weeks down the line and you still don't have a head basketball coach and you're a couple of weeks into the portal already being open. So that might have played a factor in this decision as well. Like, maybe Texas was interested in Bruce Pearl at Auburn. Maybe Texas was interested in Nate Oates at Alabama.
By the way, some of those places let you know that I'm not going anywhere before you start asking questions. When a job like Texas comes open, whether it's any sports, there's other places that have coaches that will let you know, don't waste your time. I'm not leaving.
Yeah, and that could have happened too, right? Maybe Texas did try. And, they were told no by those guys. We're working on the Verizon backup.
Oh, what is that? Is that a little bunny rabbit? Is that like a jelly cat with little ears?
This is what we use for our travel shows.
Nice.
And this is what we had at St. Patrick. And normally I have it set up as a backup here at home, but
you weren't expecting what you got. Hey, don't expect the unexpected around here.
I know.
Should have expected that when I told you it was going to rain, since you've got me for one of those guys that I'm off now. I'm back. I'm back with the forecast. Yeah, you're muted again. Start plugging in your other shit over there.
Oh my God. All right.
There you go.
Dude, what a start to the week here.
That's all right. You know what? Spring break is over with. Hey, the kids are back in the car line. It's all good.
We'll get another Bucky's tip for kids in the car line tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if Texas tried some of those other names, but again, the timeline makes things a little bit more difficult for the Longhorns, right? You wonder if Alabama lost to St. Mary's yesterday, would Texas have pivoted? If Auburn had lost to Creighton on Saturday night, was Bruce Pearl going to get the job? I don't know. I think the answer to that is probably no.
But I think they knew the answers to that before it even, when the tournament started, they knew the answers to places like Alabama and Auburn, so that they didn't, these agents get around, the ADs get around, and they just say, don't waste your time. He's already said, no, my word, you can do what you want to try to convince him, but he's already given me his word. He's not going anywhere. So it would be a waste of your time. And these guys don't play too many games with each other. You know what? The ADs are pretty straight up. The agents are pretty straight up. And if they tell you he's not interested, he's going to get a new deal wherever he is, no matter what happens in the tournament. That's what's going to happen. So you can offer him the moon, but he's not going anywhere. This is his home. I mean, that's pretty much enough.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance CDC kicked the tires on a couple of other guys out there. But again, we've if you believe the reports, Chris Del Conte has been a fan of Sean Miller for multiple years now.
Yeah.
And it sounds like he went pretty far down the path of hiring Sean Miller back in 2023. Like if that Texas team lost in the round of 32 instead of the round of 8, then we might be talking about Sean Miller as the coach here for the last 3 years. But obviously,
yeah, I mean, I think, and for Rodney, I think he would have had to have an extraordinary tournament in order to have kept his job.
Yeah. I think. Look, if Rodney Terry was coaching one of the last 16 teams remaining in this year's tournament, then I think the Longhorns would have reversed course there.
Maybe the final 8, maybe.
That would have felt a little ridiculous if it took that much. I mean, there were some people who were thinking, oh, if Rodney Terry just beat Xavier in the first 4, he would have been good enough. And that would have been another interesting thing, too. Like, what if Texas beat Xavier, but lost in the round of 64 to Illinois on Friday?
I still think he'd have been gone.
But is Sean Miller still in? Like, how do you sell your fan base on Sean Miller when he's had 2 opportunities to beat Rodney Terry in sort of audition games, and he loses both of them?
I think that's the chance you take as an AD. I mean, if that guy is one of your choices, a really, really good coach that even loses to your coach twice, too bad. You got to take him. If that guy is one of your top choices, you got to do what you think is best. And I think he would have thought still that was best.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing this fan base. Like, there's a lot of folks who are not overly impressed with this hire. If Texas would have beaten Sean Miller last week, and then Sean Miller got the job at Texas to replace a coach who was 2-0 against him, then that would have been a much tougher sell for Chris Del Conte on his guy. And you're right. You stick to your guns. It's your decision.
Right.
It's your hire. Yeah. But it would have been like, we just fired this other coach because he couldn't beat enough people, but he beat that guy twice. Why are we hiring that guy instead of somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, but if you're the AD and you're making these big decisions you have to make, you've already hit a home run with your head coach of basketball. You got to trust in yourself, making this is the best for the university. I think I'm making the right choice. I think this is the right guy. So I think you still have to go with that. But I think Rodney would have had to go. If he would have lost and didn't make it to that sweet, that even to the Elite 8, I think he may have been still gone. I think that's how much Del Conte and the powers that be wanted him. See ya. Hey, thank you for what you did. It's been nice. Here's how we're going to settle this with you. We're not screwing you and saying, oh no, you're only going to get $1 million out of the 5 owed. You may get 2.5 or 3 and on your way. And that would be kind of the thank you that he would have got. Now he could fight for all of it, but you weren't going to get it all. And he may have got, I don't know. That's just me talking. He may have got 4 out of 5. Hell, he may have got 5 out of 5. It's the University of Texas. They have money. And if he's done a good enough job and when he came in and did the things that he needed to do, he just didn't win the last 2 years enough, then you pay him.
Yeah.
And you got the guy that you want.
It's kind of felt like the writing for Rodney Terry has been on the wall for a while, and losing in the first 4 was the dagger, the final nail in his coffin.
Dude, they just didn't want him to be the builder of another. You got to rebuild the whole thing again.
Yeah, and that's like the further away Rodney Terry got from Chris Beard's players, the worse things got for Texas. And look, Rodney Terry deserves a ton of credit for what the Longhorns did in 2023, because that season could have fallen off the rails for the Longhorns. But
it could have been gone. It could have been looking that year.
Yeah, but the reality of the situation is a big part of being a college basketball coach in 2025 is roster construction.
Sure.
And Rodney Terry's first real opportunity to construct his own roster was this past off season, and Texas didn't really make the tournament. I know technically the first 4 game is a tournament game, but it's a play-in game for the real tournament for me. And like they finished tied for 3rd to last in the SEC, and they didn't make it to the field of 64 in RT's first year of actually putting together his own roster. And again, I know we've talked about this a lot. Sorry for being a broken record here. That roster had a top 5 recruit in the country and a top 5 draft pick in Trey Johnson.
Right.
You don't have that coming in. So you had that otherworldly talent, guy who led the best conference in the history of the sport in scoring, and you still finished tied for 3rd to last in the conference and didn't make it to the real tournament. Like, what were things going to look like with without Trey Johnson and realistically with less on NIL support because, like you said, Buck, feels like most of the big money donors were long done with RT.
And it started out with that gear, starting out the season, that gear they were wearing. You know that started out bad.
The Waldo gear?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad bit. I don't know why they wore that. That's not Rodney Terry's decision, at least I don't think, but that was a bad omen for the rest of the season. They looked like idiots out there.
I'll say this. If Sark wanted to do that, he could have changed that. He would have been able to say, no, we're not putting that on. We're not tilting the horn sideways. We're going to put it on the right way. We're not going to have it off by 3 inches or whatever. We're not wearing that gear on the sideline. I think he could have got that done.
Year 1 of Sark, maybe not. Year 4 of Sark, he gets that done. Rodney Terry was like, I'm just happy to be here, man. Y'all tell me what to wear. I'm going to try to coach to keep this job.
This Waldo outfit, I'll do it.
Yeah, whatever it takes. All right, more on Sean Miller in a moment because I'm going to go to bat for Sean Miller here. I'm going to go to bat for Chris Del Conte. I'm a little surprised how underwhelmed a lot of Texas fans are by this hire. We've got a few comments and a few texts saying like this is a terrible hire and a bad decision, and I think anybody saying that is absolutely insane. So I'll tell you why Sean Miller makes a lot of sense and why I think he could do a really, really good job here at Texas. We'll get to that in a second. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, trauma care, sports medicine, joint replacement, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there and great guys. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Now, when you have to have that knee replaced, those ankles and shoulders and elbows and the whole works done, please head to Texas Orthopedics. They're the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Hey, CentexTickets.com has you covered for today's round of 32 matchup between the Texas women's basketball team and Illinois. If you want to be there this afternoon, it's a 1 o'clock tip. Interesting timing considering Texas played the second to last game in round 1 on Saturday night, but we don't make the rules here. 1 o'clock this afternoon at Moody Center. If you want to be there, head over to CentexTickets.com and get your seats now. They still have plenty of tickets available, and be sure to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out. You're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. And it's not just today's Texas women's game. Any sporting event, any concert, any comedy show, any Broadway show, anything that you want to attend in person, you can find your tickets online at CentexTickets.com.
And our friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Pond Springs Road up north and Monterey Oaks down south. If you're ready to put in those roses, and after this rain, this weekend will be awfully nice to do it, head on over to Leaf there at Monterey Oaks down south for sure. Ask for Jeff. He'll get you all hooked up with the rose bushes, all the different flowers, plants, and trees that you want to get in. If you don't want to be able to do, if you can't do it yourself, they will get a contractor there because they see tons of them each and every day. You were out there a couple of weeks ago, and the place was packed. And if you just mention TSU, all you have to do is mention us. You get 10% off up to $500 on your purchase. One purchase, of course, per person. Let's not try to get 5 of you in there to do that. But they'll give you 10% off. All you have to do is mention us. So if you're ready to plant the roses, which I did last week, and thank goodness I got them in there and it rained yesterday because it was going to start to be a struggle if we didn't get that rain. But they've got everything. You can go ahead and try orchids. You can try everything that you want to, but I wouldn't suggest putting orchids in the ground. But it is that time. This weekend will be tomato time. Tomato time coming up this week. Spring break is over with. Your tomatoes should be in. The winds will die down. So those soft leaf plants, you can get into the ground this weekend coming up. I've got my peppers in, BK. I'm ready to go. I went to the farmer's market. I will be getting some of my stuff from the farmer's market. But if you're in for especially roses and trees, go to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. They are the very best. For over 25 years I've been going there, my friends.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our friends at AV Consultations as well.
They're over 25 years. That group
is going to be. Oh my God, they've been around since 1988. That's almost 40 years of hooking Central Texans up with the home TV setups of their dreams. And of course, one of you people is going to be walking away with a 65-inch 4K Samsung TV, thanks to our friends at AV Consultations. Trying to pull up our bracket madness here right now to see who's got the lead. But hey, if you don't win that TV, our friends at AV Consultations, they've got you covered. They can hook you up with one of those 65-inch TVs. Maybe you want 4 on one wall like I have, or if you want that giant 85-inch screen like the Buck has, or if you want that home theater room with the 150-inch projection screen. Doesn't matter what you want. AV Consultations can hook you up with all of the screens, all of the speakers, all of the everything that you are looking for to make your home the place to be for the month of March and every month this year. Hey, opening day in Major League Baseball is on Thursday. We got the hockey playoffs and the NBA playoffs getting started soon. Of course, college baseball, you're going to want to watch your Texas Longhorns in high def with a badass TV setup. AV Consultations can hook you up.
Masters just around the corner, brother.
Masters just around the corner. Yeah, 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. That's the phone number to call to get hooked up with the TV setup of your dreams. Buck, taking a quick look at the TSU bracket madness standings. There's one guy or gal sitting alone in first place. That is R. Smith, 1233.
Nice.
Who's in first place, 99.9% percentile on the bracket.
99.9?
99.9. And it looks like, by my count, that person has only missed 3 games to this point. But if you are not R. Smith, 1233, you have hope. Because do you know who R. Smith 1233 has winning the entire championship?
Who's that?
St. John's.
Sorry, that ain't going to happen.
That ain't going to happen. So R. Smith, the winner after weekend 1. Unfortunately, that's not going to get you that 65-inch AV Consultations TV, my friend. Sorry about that. So we've got...
I got some folks some money over the weekend.
You did. We've got a 3-way tie for second place and then a bunch of other people still in contention. But you're right, you did.
I'm below the bunch of other people because I had St. John's going too far and the Fighting Illini going too far. And Maryland's just barely escaping, so I got to be careful of that. But I've got my Final Four still intact.
Yeah,
like everybody does.
That's the thing, right? We've had a lot of chalk in this tournament. We had a couple of upsets in round 2, but round 1 was pretty bland. Like, it was honestly the worst opening round of the NCAA tournament that I can remember. Now,
since the year before when it was all chalk, just about.
No, last year was not all chalk.
Oh no, that's right, because NC State was in there screwing up everything.
This is only the 6th time since the tournament expanded to 64 teams in 1985. It's only the 6th time where none of the top 4 seeds lost in the first round. So you didn't have any crazy upset. You didn't have any overtime games. You didn't have any buzzer beaters. You hardly had any like big March moments. I mean, it was just a lot of chalk and a lot of blowouts on Thursday and Friday. Now, Buck, still the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament, right? I mean, it's like sex or it's like pizza. You can have bad sex. It's still sex. You can have bad pizza. It's still pizza. So it's pretty damn good. So I'm not going to complain about spending countless hours on Thursday and Friday watching college hoops. It was still a lot of fun. But by tournament standards, it wasn't great. Got a lot better on Saturday and Sunday. How about that Maryland-Colorado State finish yesterday?
What a game that was.
Yeah, that was like our first great. I mean, look, the Arkansas-St. John's game on Saturday was fun. Obviously, the Florida-UConn game yesterday. How many people saw their brackets flash before their eyes?
Oh yeah, with the defending champs trying to hang in there. Wow,
the 2-time defending champs. Yeah, they led for most of the second half of that game, and then Florida's just too good, too deep. Guard play is very important at this time of the year. Florida's got
number 1 guard in America playing for them.
Yeah, their whole backcourt is just loaded with talent, and they found a way to dethrone the UConn Huskies, to slay the dragon that is Danny Hurley and that UConn team. That was epic. And then, the Maryland-Colorado State game where Colorado State hits that 3 with like 4 seconds left. You think it's game over, and we're going to get a Cinderella team onto the Sweet 16. And then Derek Queen, Buck, told you about this kid last week.
You know what? You can take Derek Queen, the kid from Duke, the kid from Florida, the freshman. You can take those guys and make a team that would win it all.
Yeah. Well,
Just
yeah.
out of the freshmen that are out there right now.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, there's so many talented freshmen in this sport this year. That's how college basketball works nowadays, right? In the one and done era. You look at the NBA draft every year, and it's like all freshmen or European guys who go in the top 10. So
Now, the
those
kid
dudes
from
are
Florida is not a freshman. He's the All-American, the guard. He's not a freshman, though, is he?
not a freshman. No, not a freshman.
But he'll be gone. He'll be a
he,
goner.
he's a transfer. That guy was also like a 5-star football recruit out of high school as well. Chose to play basketball. Seems like a good decision for him because things are working out for him in college, and things will likely continue to work out for him in the NBA. But yeah, there's some talented freshmen out there, man. And obviously Duke has one with Cooper Flagg. Maryland's got one with Derek Queen. What a shot by him. Bank fadeaway, like hand right in his face. That was great defense by CSU. Just better
St.
offense.
John's got a great freshman there. Boy, there's some great young guys.
Some great young guys out there.
I wonder if they stay or move on. Or the NIL money that you're going to have to get to keep those guys where they are in those campuses.
Most of them are going to move on.
I would say so.
I mean, Cooper Flagg's obviously moving on. Like if you're going to be a lottery pick, like Trey Johnson could make a lot of money if he came back to Texas for another year, don't you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's a 0% chance Trey Johnson is coming back to Texas this year.
Or it would have taken a lot for him not to come back. I mean, if he understood that he wasn't going to be in the top 5 picks in the lottery, he may have said whatever. But your team would have to be good and winning because you don't want to come back and start looking like shit. He looked like shit enough with the group he was playing with this year.
Yeah, and you run a risk. You run a risk if you come back. I don't think Trey Johnson looked like shit. Did you say that?
I'm just saying there are games where he looked like shit with the group that he was with.
Oh, yeah, got you.
There weren't a lot of them. But it wouldn't have been it's not in his best interest to come back with nobody coming back.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't have made a lot of sense for Trey to return. He did too much. And look, if you do come back, you run the risk of getting hurt.
What do you think of the kid what do you think Queen will do from Maryland? He's got to go, doesn't he? That big man.
I gotta see where he's at in mock drafts. He's not as high as Cooper Flagg or Trey Johnson.
Oh, so no, but he's just made himself a bunch of bucks here over the last couple of games.
Yeah, well, he's had a great year, and he's
had a great year. You're right. It didn't just happen here in the tournament. It's just highlighted here now.
Right. Yeah, now everybody is watching college basketball. First few months of the season, not everyone tunes in, but everyone was locked in for that finish yesterday. And Derek Queen, again, a 5-star recruit this past year, having a great year for the Terps, averaging 16-9 on the season. There's a chance he leaves as well. I'm sure Maryland would love to pony up a nice NIL package to keep him around College Park for another season,
and they will. Under Armour will help them. Under Armour will help them need be.
Sure. We'll see what happens there. But Maryland's still dancing. I have them in my Final Four, so I was pretty nervous yesterday with that game happening the way that it did. But yeah, you had some epic moments in round 2. Obviously, Chris Beard's Ole Miss team is into the Sweet 16. Boy, the SEC, I know a lot of folks around the country were praying on the SEC's downfall, hoping the SEC would, crap the bed, because I think people were tired of hearing about how good the SEC was this year. And of course, they set a record getting 14 teams in the tournament. And now they set another record getting 7 teams into the Sweet 16, Buck. 44% of the Sweet 16 is from the Southeastern Conference.
Boy, they are showing that what they're showing is the depth of their team. The teams that are bringing, and some of them are just escaping, but the bench power has been incredible. And for me, to watch that Arkansas team come from where they were and how they've grown over the last month and a half, wow.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You obviously have your big dogs, right? Auburn, Alabama, Tennessee.
Right.
Those teams are all alive. Florida, we talked about them as well. But to have a 10 seed in Arkansas still dancing, Ole Miss has a 6 seed. They pulled off an upset yesterday against Iowa State. They killed Iowa State yesterday. A Kentucky team that a lot of folks, myself included, thought was overseeded going into this tournament. They've looked very good in their first 2 games to get to the Sweet 16. So, yeah, it's been the top of the top that is still alive, but also you've seen the depth of this conference show itself. And look, I'm not a rah-rah SEC guy, but like
it just means more.
It always pissed me off when Texas was in the Big 12. Like the Big 12 was the best college basketball conference in the sport for years. And like every once in a while, the Big 12 would have a bad year in the tournament, and other conferences would be like, overrated. You guys aren't very good. And it's like, all right, like it was still a great conference. You can have a bad showing in the tournament and still be a great conference. But that always pissed me off when people dunked on the Big 12 if they underperformed in the tournament. So it's like, it is kind of nice. Like, the SEC that Texas was a part of was good. Now, I'd rather be one of those 7 teams still standing.
Right.
I would have much rather have finished ahead of tied for 14th place in the conference than tied for 14th place in the conference.
How did you feel about Texas A&M losing to Michigan? Was that okay with you?
Yeah, it's okay with me.
No matter what, it's still okay.
Like, I was okay with OU losing to UConn. I was okay with A&M losing to Michigan.
Wow, yeah.
And I wouldn't be crying if the SEC had 0 teams in the Sweet
16. That
16.
just means more to you.
But it's kind of nice. Again, it's a pet peeve of mine when, Texas, I was like, damn, dude. Happened in the Big 12. Now Texas goes to the SEC. And the SEC, if they have a bad tournament showing, is this going to happen again? Like, this is just going to follow Texas. Whatever conference they're in men's college basketball isn't very good. No, that's not the case right now with the SEC. No. And there's only 4 conferences left, Buck. I mean, this is a big dog year for college basketball. You've got 7 SEC teams, you've got 4 Big 10 teams, you've got 4 Big 12 teams, and you've got Duke out of the ACC. So no Big East, no G5, no Cinderella. Like, I know you've got a 10 seed with Arkansas still dancing, but that's it's all power conferences that will comprise the second weekend of the NCAA tournament, which gets going on Thursday.
Nice.
So that's your mini round 1 recap. All right, I promised more Sean Miller talk. We got a little sidetracked there. That's on me. So I would say whelmed is the reaction that I am sensing from Texas fans with this Sean Miller hire, Buck. Like, not overwhelmingly good, not underwhelmingly bad. There are some on the extremes of both of those, but I would say, like, people are just kind of, like, all right, solid hire with Sean Miller.
I mean, they can say that, but who are I don't understand. They weren't going to get Oates. That was not going to happen from Alabama. They weren't going to get Jay Wright's not leaving the booth. I don't know who else they want. They're not getting UConn's coach. He just got there, decided to stay there instead of going to the Lakers. That guy's not leaving anywhere. I don't know who. I have a weird feeling that they would have loved to have had Chris Beard back. I mean, and I just think there's a lot of people felt there was a raw deal from the get.
Yeah.
What happened, that CDC or they didn't wait long enough or whatever. I think they would have said, if you're going to lean to taking a guy like Sean Miller who's had some problems, then lean to the guy who's had some problems. You know what I mean?
Well,
that you all loved. You know what I mean?
Very different. Very, very different.
Oh, I know it is, but I just don't. The other guys you just weren't going to get. That's just those are just shots in the dark. I thought from the beginning you weren't going to get NATO. You're not going to get that guy to leave Alabama. That's his program now.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Texas tried and got told no, or if Texas didn't try at all.
And what we're going to do is keep saying Jay Wright every year. That guy's going to be in 5 years from now. He's still going to be retired.
Well, Texas isn't the only fan base who has been clamoring for Jay Wright, right? Like,
every single one of them that has major college basketball is clamoring for that guy.
Yeah, I mean, NC State opened up a couple of weeks ago. Like, they're like, hey, can we get Jay Wright? Villanova just opened up because the guy who replaced Jay Wright didn't work. They're like,
if it's not Jay Wright and Billy Donovan, I don't know who else there is.
Yeah, and again, Billy Donovan's coaching in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have left an NBA gig mid-season, even though the Bulls aren't very good and things aren't going great for him in Chicago right now. Like, he was never going to leave that job mid-season to take over Texas. And the portal opens today. So you can't wait for the last 3 weeks of the NBA regular season to announce that you're hiring a coach and then try to put together a competitive roster for next season. Like, the timelines didn't make sense for Billy Donovan or a guy like Quinn Snyder, who is also linked to the gig as well. So, look, the reason I think Texas fans aren't super enamored with Sean Miller, and I don't want to lump everybody in because, again, I know some of you are, Sean Miller's not the up-and-coming head coach. He's not the hot new thing that's out there. Like, that's what Chris Beard was. That's what Nate Oates would be. That's what a guy like TJ Otzelberger at Iowa State would have been. Like a younger coach who has burst on the scene over the last couple of years and kind of taken the college basketball world by storm with what they've done.
Yeah, I would say this, BK, the guy at Iowa State would be the one I think you could have, if anything, how comes you couldn't talk that dude into leaving that place? Because he's waited a long time to be at that place, I guess.
Maybe you could have, but if we're comparing resumes here, Sean Miller's resume is 10 times as good as TJ Otzelberger's resume. Like, now, Sean Miller's been coaching for a lot longer, so he's had more of an opportunity to stack that resume. But Sean Miller has won 8 conference championships in his coaching career, 5 at Arizona and a very good Pac-10/Pac-12, and then 3 at Xavier when Xavier was in the A-10. Right. TJ Otzelberger has won 0 regular season conference championships in his career. Like, Sean Miller has been to 4 Elite Eights. He's been to 8 Sweet 16s. TJ Otzelberger, I think, has been to 1. He's been to 2 Sweet 16s, 0 Elite Eights. Yeah. So, like, there's a scenario where Texas was never interested in TJ Otzelberger because he's not as proven as Sean Miller.
Sure.
Again, I think you're right. I think more Longhorn fans would have liked TJ Otzelberger because he's the young guy. And the last 2 years, Iowa State has been better than Xavier has. So it's like, oh, he's doing this. We're seeing Iowa State in a very good conference, have a lot of success. I know they lost yesterday, but they were a 2 seed last year, made it to the Sweet 16. They were a 3 seed this year. Like, that guy has been on top of everyone's mind because of how good the Cyclones have been. But if you're looking at, like, Sean Miller has a better resume than Nate Oates does. Sean Miller has outside of, Jay Wright, Tony Bennett, Bill Self, those guys who you were never realistically going to get, Sean Miller might have more skins on the wall than all of those dudes. So maybe that's what Chris Del Conte was looking for. It's like, I know this guy can win. He's won at Xavier twice. That's not the easiest place to win. And when he was at Arizona, they were winning a lot of regular season games and conference championships, and they were winning a lot in the tournament as well. Now, the one blemish outside of the FBI thing, the one blemish on Sean Miller's resume is that he's never been to a Final Four. All right, 4 Elite Eight trips, 8 trips to the Sweet 16, which, my God, for Texas, wouldn't you sign up for either of those things? But obviously, you want a coach that can help bring you your first national championship in school history. And to win a national championship in this sport, you got to make it to the Final Four. Sean Miller hasn't been able to do that just yet. So he's had plenty of tournament success. He's 22-13 in the NCAA tourney, but he hasn't been able to get to a Final Four at this point in his career. That's the next step for him. But everything else, if you're comparing Sean Miller's resume to most of the other candidates that were realistic options for the Longhorns, he's got as good of a resume that was available, Buck.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he does when it comes to recruiting, not just the portal, but high school players in the state. Some of these great players that go off, just like football, to other places in basketball. What can he do in the Houston area? I mean, he's going to be able to – Kelvin Sampson, he's going to be able to get some of the type of players that Kelvin Sampson gets,
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think he's going to recruit well. Like, it's Texas. Rodney Terry had 0 resume, and he was just able to get Trey Johnson to come here.
Or he coached his dad or something.
Right. That's, yeah. I mean,
that was like a hand-me-down right there. That was a gift.
Well, look, Charlie Strong got good recruits to Texas. Tom Herman got good recruits to Texas. Like, Texas is going to be able to recruit, and I think there's going to be some NIL buy-in with the Longhorns now, and I think Texas is going to get the resources it needs to be able to go out and buy a very good roster right now, which is kind of what you have to do. So, look, Sean Miller doesn't have a ton of ties to the state of Texas, but he's recruited kids from the state of Texas over the years. And again, he is a proven coach. Like, he's developed a lot of NBA players. He's had a lot of success in this sport for a long time. So I think I don't think recruiting is going to be a problem, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make. Like, Texas has so much going for it with the Moody Center, with the practice facility, with the money and the NIL and everything else that goes into being a student athlete at the University of Texas. Sorry, athlete student at the University of Texas.
You almost said yes, student athlete.
Let's get that right. Like, I've got zero doubt that Sean Miller is going to be able to recruit at a very high level.
That's awesome. Well, as I said, that the guys that people would like to have, they weren't going to be available. That's just they're builders of programs. They're legends at program. And it wouldn't be about your facility, about your money. It'd be about where they had been and what they're still doing and what they're trying to do where they are.
Right. And I trust CDC as well, Buck.
Sure.
I mean, most of the hires that he's made since taking over in 2017, he's gotten right. I mean, look what Vic Schaefer's doing with the women's team. Look what Schloss is doing. We'll get to Texas baseball in hour 2, but look at what he's done in the first 2 months of his Texas career. You look at Mike White with softball. You look at Bruce Burke with men's tennis. You look at Bob Bowman with swimming and diving. Like,
he hadn't made very many mistakes, that's for sure.
No, and look, I mean, Chris Beard, if you want to call that a mistake, I guess you can. He was only here for a year and change, but
he didn't stick with the mistake. If it was a mistake, he didn't stick. He moved right along. He thought what was best for the university. So I mean, that's how you think. You got to think what's best for your university, and then what's best in your mind of what you're looking for in a coach to be in the top 5 or top 2, as you say, in your sport. That's what your job is.
Oh yeah, Chris Beard got fired because Chris Beard.
Yes,
Chris Beard screwed up. It was the right hire to make for Chris Del Conte. It was a home run hire. It was a hire that most of this fan base was on board with. And you're thinking you've got a guy who's going to be here for a long time and he'll never leave.
Yeah, it was the guy that screwed it up. It wasn't you.
He went out and had his mugshot posted on the internet one morning.
Yes.
That wasn't great. And then look, you can get mad at CDC all you want for the Rodney Terry hire. Like, it didn't work. So if you want to hold that against Chris Del Conte and say, oh, he got that one wrong, then I'm not going to argue too much against that. But my argument has always been, Buck, every AD in the country hires Rodney Terry in that spot.
Yes.
Every AD in the country hires Rodney Terry in that spot.
Just trying to have your program survive for a year.
Yeah. Not every AD fires Rodney Terry after like 2 full seasons. A lot of them are like, oh, we gave him a 5-year deal. We haven't given him a fair enough shake. Let's see if he could turn this thing around. Oh, we've made the tournament 3 years in a row. That might be enough for us. Like, I'll give CDC credit for moving off RT when he did. But again, like that, people will hold that against Chris Del Conte and say that was his first big screw up or he messed that up. Sure. I'm just telling you, you're not wrong with that take because it didn't work out. But every athletics director in America makes that hire in that exact same situation.
Oh, no, they would look on to somebody else to come in and kind of smooth down the waters for them. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that.
No. So
They'd take a guy who's familiar with the program and the people.
Yeah, I've got faith in CDC. Again, he's been almost like the Midas man here with his coaching hires, and I think it will continue with Sean Miller. And I would love for Texas to be next year's Michigan. Right? Michigan was in a much worse spot than the Longhorns are right now. They fired Juwan Howard after losing 20-something games last year. They go out, they get Dusty May from Florida Atlantic. They're in the Sweet 16 this year as a 5 seed. I don't know if I can predict that right now because I got to see what the Texas roster looks like, but you could turn your fortunes in this sport pretty quickly. And
You're
I think Texas is going to be better next year than they are this year. Very excited to see what Coach Miller can do. It's Miller time. We'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chat is rocking and rolling as well. I think we've got most of our technical difficulties taken care of. Apologies for those.
The wind stopped blowing. Everything's good.
Yeah, knock on wood. But I've got the backup plugged in just in case rectum causes another pain in our rectums.
There are a lot of those trucks that are out there on the road. You know, we talk about Woods Comfort System trucks being out there.
Yeah.
But they're being in for stuff that's busted. Spectrum seems to have a lot of trucks out there because things are always busted.
Yeah. I got to see what they're paying at Spectrum. Should I get a little side gig working with the rectum people?
Well, you can understand it. You can understand that they would be out on the roads. There's reasons why they're out there.
Just driving around, pretending to fix wires, but really just like drinking a beer and having a sandwich on the side of the road.
They like live in my neighborhood. It's like I go out there. They're more prevalent than the Amazon trucks. I'll say that.
That's not good if you have Spectrum. Those Amazon trucks are everywhere these days.
Man.
Oh, my God. All right. Before we get to some Texas baseball, we'll give some love to the Texas women's basketball team as well. And, man, the world lost a couple of legends over the weekend.
Yes.
We'll get to all of those stories here in a moment. But first, a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits located at 4601 Southwest Parkway. I know you've been there this weekend. A lot of folks have gone by there. I talked to my son the other day, and he says, man, they're packing them in. They are slamming them down for March Madness for sure. And 34 Wine and Spirits is all the spirits that you need, whether you go by the store or you have a big office party and getting ready for the Elite Eight or the Final Four. 34 Wine and Spirits is a wholesale distributor that has everything that you're looking for, all the brands, all the types of beer. And one thing they do have there, they have Allstat beer and plenty of it. There was a truck in there this weekend, as a matter of fact. My God, they're there all weekend. Then they have to come in and load up with Allstat beer at 34 Wine and Spirits on the weekend. That's how that stuff is selling at that place.
It's good stuff.
I guess there's a reason why.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Shout out to the Allstat beer team. I went to the Austin FC match yesterday, a nice 2-1 victory over San Diego at Q2 Stadium for the Verde. And I was hanging out in the Allstat suite, Buck.
Nice.
Like your old partner. I was living the sweet life yesterday.
Living the sweet life, drinking Allstat, having shrimp. Very nice.
Enjoying some Allstat beer. Yep. Shout out to my guy, William, the owner of the Allstat Brewery. It's his birthday today.
Happy
and
birthday.
Shout out to my girl, Hannah. Does a lot of marketing for Allstat.
It's not her birthday, but shout out anyway.
It's her birthday today, too.
What?
You got two big dogs at the Allstat Brewery celebrating birthdays today.
Let's get out to Fredericksburg and party.
I think I've got to drink more today. My liver's hurting, dude. I think I got to go drink a little bit more this afternoon with the Allstat team. But, hey, it'll be a good time because I'll be drinking some Allstat beer. I had a lot of it over the weekend. And, and the sports, what a sports week it is with the second weekend of the tournament coming up. Obviously, you've got the women's tournament continuing, opening day in Major League Baseball this Thursday. So much going on. You need a great beer to accompany your sports watching throughout the month of March and really throughout the year. Make that Allstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. And a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Rocking one of the TSU hats this morning. If you have a business that needs hats, needs shirts, needs koozies, signs, posters, whatever, maybe you just have a big event coming up, a wedding, a 60th birthday party, or something like that, you want to have shirts or koozies or signs made for it, our buddy Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics will hook you up. All you have to do is give them a call or a text. 512-300-9641. It's 512-300-9641. Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based right here in South Austin. They will get you what you need, and they will get you what you need very, very quickly. Again, our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. We were there on Friday. Great times. Of course, always there at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burner Road. Bought myself a pair of golf shorts, BK, which now the buck is down to a 30 waist.
Ooh.
You know how scary that is? That is like, I've been pulling my jeans all the way to the last hole in my belt, trying to keep them up. I look like some of these damn kids with their pants down, falling down to their ass crack, you know? So I said, you know what, go ahead. I haven't worn a 30 since I was in like 9th grade, a 30. So, but I got a nice pair of golf pants, golf shorts. That's, of course, our friends over at Sue Patrick. Love the folks there. Jelly Cats. Got a couple Jelly Cats for the grandkids. Not for me, but for the grandkids for the Easter basket. But they've got it all. How about that Jelly Cat? How about that bear? $1,000 bear. I wonder if it's gone.
Bartholomew Bear.
I bet you that thing is gone. That would have been something. That's you can't take. You got to buy a seat on a plane for that one for sure.
Oh, that thing
he was
huge.
A big one. But they've got all kinds of Jelly Cats there. All the nice new polos that are over at Sue Patrick for the spring. You name it, they have it at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burner Road or SuePatrick.com.
Size 30 waist, huh? That's
Dude,
not you.
9th grade. That was the last time I was at 9th grade. I don't know what's going on. I don't have AIDS. I don't believe. I hope I don't have
Big Magic Johnson. What has he done?
He doesn't have AIDS. I'm just thin boned, I guess. I don't know. And I'm working out in the morning. I'm going to 3 meals a day. You know what it is? It's that no meat on Friday thing.
It's the no meat on Friday, and it's the no sugar for the lentil season thing.
Is that what it is? Do I miss the sugar?
I don't know.
But I weighed myself in. I weighed in this morning because I'm trying to see what I'm like in the morning before I start doing anything. It's a 153, and that sometimes is good after an evening deal for me. But I can't. What kind of protein do I need? Am I going to have to do shakes all day long? Remember, this is the guy. I'm just trying to get to 160. And I'm having a hard time at the 158 was as high as I got to. And that was just a total pig out of ice cream, Dairy Queen, the whole works. Even coming back from Fredericksburg, that 154 BK, that's all I came back as, 154. After that day of debauchery and sugar-free and Burger King. That was it.
When you had a cheesesteak, a Burger King Whopper, and a Dairy Queen Blizzard in like a 3-hour span.
Only went to 154. That shows you that sugar is junk. That's why when you're drinking, that's why you need to have Olipop, because sugar is junk.
You might need some supplements, man. Let's ask the people here on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328.
Ask the round-shouldered people how they got to be so round-shouldered.
Yeah, the Bucks trying to put on, what, 7 pounds right now?
That's all. Just a solid 7. And along with workouts and walking and, I just can't keep it. I just burn it away.
What about lifting? Are you lifting weights at all these days?
Yes, I am. I had a lift. I had an arm workout this morning. I've got, I'm going there and do some bench, do some squat stuff. I just can't. It's never been that way. I just never been able to keep weight on. And some would say that's a good thing, old man. You don't want to be an old fat man or a skinny guy with a big belly. But I also don't want to be a fragile looking dude that somebody comes up and wants to punch me in the chest and puts a hole through my chest,
Dude, they wouldn't have to punch you. They could just stop short and you'd fall over from the wings.
No, it's not like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I still pick up bottles and golf clubs and things like that. I defend my rights.
That's good. I'm glad you do that. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I struggle putting on weight. I went through a phase maybe 2 years out of college where I was taking super ultra mass gain supplement. And I was hitting the gym 4 or 5 times a week, lifting a bunch. And it didn't do a whole lot for me, except for give me stomach problems. That I was drinking those 1,000-calorie shakes.
Oh.
And it's dude, if you really want to put on mass, you've got to eat 4,000 to 5,000 calories a day and lift all the time. And I did that for 3 weeks, dude. I was shitting 5 times a day. I had gas everywhere I went. Sorry to anybody.
Oh, no, thanks. See, I don't want to go. I don't want the problems of all these other things that come with.
Yeah.
No.
And after that moment, I was back to Taco Bell. Back to sitting on the couch and eating a bunch of fast food. And all right, I don't need to put on muscle. It ain't worth all that extra stuff.
No, I don't want the stuff that goes along with all these drinks. I go to Juice Land and have me a nice Juice Land with some protein in it. I feel good,
Yeah. Who can help you? Our guy Tom McKay could probably help you. He's a former bodybuilder here who's back in the gym.
Bodybuilder Tom McKay.
That guy gets after it, man. Tom's invited me to work out. I'm too much of a softy to do it. I know I'm going to be sore for months if I go have one gym session with Tom, so I'm out on that. But if you really are serious about this, Tom's a guy. I mean, we can reach out to Torrey Becton and put you through one of his Texas football workouts.
I don't want to die in the process. I don't want to. You know what? I'm just happy to be alive. There's a couple, rest in peace, God bless their souls, that are gone, that are around my age that are no longer with us. I'm just happy to be here. I should be just excited about being where I am and not too skinny and not way overweight. So I'm happy with it. I'm okay. I just have I'd like to try to set a goal, and I've been trying to do it. It's hard. And the thing about setting goals is there comes a time when you have to change your goal. You can't continue to do it if you can't. It's a waste of time. So rearrange your goal, I guess.
Yeah.
Crack diet. I'm not on crack.
Everything okay? Anything you need to tell us, Buck?
No, I'm not drinking. I never had this problem when I was a drunk. I always had my weight in the 160s.
Oh yeah. Alcohol will give you a few extra lbs for sure.
Yeah, it did.
Beer belly is a thing for a reason.
Yes, it is.
Oh man, you mentioned it though, Buck. Man, sad weekend. The world lost a couple of legends, and the University of Texas lost a larger-than-life figure on Friday afternoon. Kenneth Sims, the two-time All-American at Texas, the Longhorns' first Lombardi Trophy Award winner, a college football Hall of Famer who was the number 1 overall pick by the New England Patriots in the 1982 NFL Draft. He lost his life at the age of 65. That news came out on Friday afternoon. One of the best defensive players in Texas football history. Buck, that That one hurt, man. That was a tough loss. You and I talked a little bit on Friday about it.
Yeah,
And
just a good guy, and a good guy too. A good guy, had his ups and downs in his life, but just was just a deep down, you could just tell he was one of those kind-hearted people. When you had a discussion with him, he wanted to talk ball, but he wanted to talk life. I enjoyed being around Kenneth Sims. I thought he was really, really a special person. I thought he was a special, not just football player, but a special guy. He really, really was. I mean, over the latter years, I hadn't seen much of him, and I obviously he wasn't feeling very well because of the way he passed away. But dude, I miss talking to him. You always miss them when they're gone. So when you got them, make sure that you spend some time with them while you can.
Yeah, passed away at his home on Friday at the age of 65 with his
Sounds
family
like it was a peaceful
around.
goodbye.
That's what it sounds like, and hopefully that is the case. 65 feels way too young. But I concur everything you said about Kenneth Sims, the guy. I had the opportunity to meet him a few times, more than a few times, and he always remembered my name, right? That guy met so many people over the course of his life, so many people who were way more important than I was, and he'd be like, oh, BK, like, BK, that's like good to see you again. I was like, damn, that's really cool. He was really close with our boy Harge, and Harge is how I got to meet Kenneth Sims, and there were times where the three of us, 4, 5, 6 of us would be hanging out together at cover 3, and Kenneth Sims just had time for everybody. People would walk up to him, shake his hand, take pictures, and like you said, he was always willing to talk ball or just talk life.
He was something, man. He got all that. He got a lot. He learned a lot from I think from Coach Royal. I mean, of knowing names. Coach Royal, if Coach Royal met you one time, he would know your name forever. I think Kenneth got a little bit of that. They learned from each other a little bit, and just a all around good person.
Yeah, great guy. And man, maybe the biggest hand that I've ever shook in my entire life.
Oh yeah, he had a big mitt now.
Oh my God. Like the first time I met him, obviously, stuck my hand out to shake his hand, and dude, it got swallowed. I mean, just engulfed by his hand. And like my hand was hurting for the next 3 hours after his handshake, like giant, firm handshake. I was like, damn. Like you get intimidated by that. That'll put you in your place real quick. And then now ends up being that no, Kenneth Sims was kind of a gentle giant, at least after his career. On the field, I don't know if there was much gentle about Kenneth Sims, part of those great late 70s, early 80s Texas defenses with Steve McMichael and Doug Schenkel and Eric Holly. I mean, some of the best defenses the Longhorns have ever fielded. Obviously was good enough in college to be a number 1 overall pick in the league. Had some issues, like ruptured his Achilles. I think that was the big injury early in his NFL career that didn't help, and he didn't have quite the same success in the league as he had in college, but still played in the league for a number of seasons. But a guy who spent a lot of time in Central Texas after his playing days were done.
And he would have played for Coach Akers, I believe, right? Probably.
Yeah, at that time he played for Akers.
Yeah.
I figured you knew that he knew Darryl Royal or something.
Well, I know he knew Coach Royal. Well, I mean, those two, Coach Royal would talk to me about Kenneth when he would come into where's my little eating place there at Oak Hill? Jim's. When he'd come to Jim's. And that's when Coach Royal would always say, Bucky, Bucky, Bucky. He goes, that BC game, you guys beat us. That was my assistant coaches. And I always tell Coach Royal, I said, I know it wasn't you, Coach. It had to be those guys. It couldn't have been you. Those guys didn't know what they were doing when Boston College beat Texas 14-13.
Coach Royal was a Jim's guy, huh?
Oh, he loved Jim's, man. He would come in, Miss Edith would come in, and then, Coach Royal. And then towards the end, there was one time where he didn't remember who I was. And I knew that was coming towards that was late. That was late in the contest. That was late in the fourth quarter, just before he passed away. He didn't remember me. But that guy could remember your name. He was incredible.
That just adds to the legacy of DKR, the fact that he was a Jim's guy.
He was a Jim's dude, man.
Now we're talking.
And the one in Oak Hill.
I always loved him. I always knew he was a legend. But now you tell me he was a Jim's in Oak Hill regular.
Oh, yeah, that was him.
That's a man of the people right there, is it not?
Absolutely.
Oh, man. So our thoughts and prayers with Kenneth Sims, by the way, from a very small town. I think it's pronounced Cossie, Texas, just outside of Waco, like population of around 500. And obviously turned out to be a college football Hall of Famer and the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. Just a legendary player at Texas. And again, just a great, great dude. He will be missed by so many. And our thoughts and prayers are with Kenneth Sims' family and friends and former teammates and all of Longhorn Nation who is affected by his loss. And then how about George Foreman passing away over the weekend, Buck?
Yeah, sorry about that grill.
Another Texas legend from Marshall, Texas. I think he passed away in Houston on Friday at the age of 76. He leaves behind about 15 kids named George.
Wow.
Legend. Did you ever cross paths with that dude?
I never did. I never did. Well, I never did. You know, my family did, because when he was a sparring partner for Ali, my family used to spend a lot of time up in the Poconos at their camp, and they got to meet, they got to meet George Foreman. They got to meet Ali a lot. I never got to meet Muhammad Ali, but my sisters and brothers got a chance to go up there and watch him box. He used to box up there, and it was. I'm sorry, not George Foreman. I was thinking Larry Holmes. No, I never got to meet George Foreman. No, he wasn't. Larry Holmes was Ali's sparring partner up in the Poconos. It was not George Foreman. No, never got to meet George Foreman at all. Just got to watch him as a boxer.
Yeah, George Foreman, the guy who named all 5 of his sons George.
Yeah, that's different.
That is an all-time bit right there.
And that is a bit, brother.
And that, no one should ever do that, but I'm glad somebody did. Like that's the most selfish thing you could. There's a part of me, and I don't really feel this way. There are people who feel that way. Like if you name your kid after you, it's a little selfish. Like if you go Blank Jr., it's like, oh, really? You think that highly of yourself? That look, if you're the 3rd or the 4th, you're just following a lineage. So like you got to do it. I understand, but there's a lot of people who are like, if you think you're that special that you're naming your kid after you, like, what did you accomplish in this life?
What is it that you do here?
But I guess if you win 2 world heavyweight championships and an Olympic gold medal and you've got the best-selling grill of all time, then you can name all of your sons George. It's not just like one kid, then a grandkid, then a great-grandkid. It's nope, we're just going to have a George the 2nd, a George the 3rd, a George the 4th. We're just going to do that with my sons here and call it a day.
Wow.
It's incredible stuff. But look, for as great of a boxer as George Foreman was, come on, man. The lean, mean, fat-reducing, grilling machine. Does it get better than that?
I could have paid homage to him by not letting that guy steal that grill that I had.
Yeah,
and
maybe
I had the deluxe brand.
Maybe you killed him. Maybe George Foreman died because of you. Could be blood on your hands. Like you had the opportunity to accept a very nicely gifted George Foreman grill. Instead, you turned it down. And then coincidentally, a couple weeks later, down goes George.
And by the way, I just let to Jay and the staff know over at Sue Patrick's that the rotisserie deal that you stick up a turkey's ass was denied by my wife. She goes,
you promised on Friday that was going to make it.
I really, sometimes the boss is just the boss. It doesn't matter what you think or what you say to the people. When the boss puts her foot down, I can't have that metal thing that you stick in that turkey's ass, just like the chicken one, that you stick in the chicken's ass. She goes, what did you think? Just because it's the bird, we're going to keep that? No, we can't keep that. So that did not make the cut.
What was her reasoning?
I don't know. She's never stuck a piece of metal in a chicken's ass, a turkey's ass, or a chicken's ass. I don't know. You stick that in a pan when you roast the turkey.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well, I'm surprised.
First of all, I haven't seen her cook a turkey on Thanksgiving yet. So.
Oh, well, that might be a part of it. It's just not going to get used, so she doesn't want it.
She said somebody at the Mullet Open will dive to that.
Well,
yeah. They will.
I'm pretty amazed that Jay keeps getting you gifts, considering how many of these you've turned down.
I still have the pottery.
I know you've got one gift that made it.
Hey, it's almost my birthday again.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's always your birthday. It's always our birthday when we end up doing shows at Sue Patrick.
I still got those cakes in the back of my car though. What were those things?
What cakes?
That plastic moon pie like things. I still have those.
Oh, the nutty bars?
I didn't even bring those out.
Oh,
I couldn't even bring those out of the car.
Probably melted at this point.
No, weather's been okay. It's been good. Can't leave them in there after the day, though. That's for sure.
Oh, man. Those are good. You got to try those
But
things.
I am very thankful. No love is no love, Jay says. No, Jay, much love. Mullet open. You'll have your own. You're gonna have your own. You'll have your own segment right there of stuff there. That's gonna be awesome.
Free advertising for Sue Patrick.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God. Yep. The George Foreman grill. That was one of the gifts gifted to you that didn't make it. And
it was going to make it. It was in the back and somebody saw it and said, I got to have this. I have a family of 12. They wanted it.
Sure. How about more than 100 million George Foreman grills that have been sold worldwide? And everyone knows the story, or I think most people know the story, that Hulk Hogan had the opportunity to ink this deal with Spectrum Brands, and he turned it down. Didn't think it was a good business decision. So George Foreman gets the next opportunity. He says yes, and since then, more than 100 million of those things sold worldwide over the last.
Nobody's used one of those things for the last 15 years. No one's turned one of those on. You know that's true. And I feel bad because I wanted to cook a burger out of my, on my grill the other day, and I'm horrified that somebody in my neighborhood sees the smoke. They're calling the cops. Like, that guy's burning over there, and the George Foreman grill would have been perfect, right?
I used a George Foreman grill like a year ago.
What'd you make, grilled cheese?
I got rid of it when I moved because it was getting a little greasy and messy, and it was beyond repair.
No, really?
But it's because I was using it a bunch. It wasn't just picking up dust. It was getting a ton of use for me. Come on, man.
Does that thing make a good grilled cheese?
Sure. So you can use it as a nice panini press.
You know what? That's what I need. I need some grilled cheese to put on a couple pounds. You know what? I've not had a good grilled cheese sandwich. I haven't had a grilled cheese, as a matter of fact, BK, in a long, long, long time. Like a good grilled cheese sandwich. Well, since I can't make it on my stove. And do you go to places and ask for a grilled cheese unless you're a kid, right? That's generally like a kid's meal.
Yeah, there are some places that sell a grilled cheese, but I don't think I've ever asked for a grilled cheese.
No, because you look cheap. If you order off the kids' meal, you're a grown man, and you say, "Hey, can I have a grilled cheese with fries?" Now, if you go to Jim's, that's okay. You go to Jim's and order a grilled cheese with some fries.
Okay, you can go to Sonic and get you a grilled cheese.
Dude, no, I don't want to go to I don't want to go to a fast food place for a grilled cheese. That's
what you're gonna go to a nice restaurant and ask for a grilled cheese. Might as well.
Well, it's on their menu. Dude, it's on their menu. Jack Allen's has a grilled cheese on the menu.
Kids menu or adult menu?
I think it just says grilled cheese. It doesn't say grilled cheese kids.
Yeah, you might as well whip it out and start peeing on the chef in the restaurant if you order it.
If that's what you order as a grown-up, if you order grilled cheese.
Look, I'm sure at Jack Allen's it's great, but all the great real food options they have there, if you're ordering a kid's grilled cheese, come on, man.
Well, it's a lunch. What if you just want a little lunch and you want to order, you don't want
get a different sandwich. Your burger or something.
BLT.
Yeah, or salad. I don't know. Get something there.
But don't get a cheese. Well, they shouldn't even put that on the menus ever again.
Well, kids like grilled cheese, but you're almost 70 years old.
I like grilled cheese.
You can I do too, but I'm not ordering them at restaurants. You just said you haven't had one in years. You can't like them that much.
I'm going to Jim's. I'm going to go get one.
You're going to end
up I don't know
how
to order because I feel because I'm getting whipped like you're whipping me for wanting to order it. That's why I never do it because I feel like, oh, this guy's just trying to get off cheap for lunch.
Go get your grilled cheese.
His friends, he's going to order. He doesn't have any money, so he's going to order $1.25 grilled cheese.
Forget you a grilled cheese from Framunda.
No, man.
Some Framunda cheese.
I'm getting that this week. I may get it today. A little grilled cheese with some fries. That's right.
Gosh. All right. I don't know how we got there. Hey, shout out to the Texas women's basketball team.
Nice.
They opened up their NCAA tournament run with a 44-point victory over both William and Mary on Saturday night.
Willie.
The Longhorns did not cover, which is a little disappointing to some folks out there. The line closed at 49.5.
Jeez.
My cousin got it at 45.5. The Longhorns only won by 44. I shouldn't complain too much about a 44-point win, but I wouldn't have minded one more bucket for Texas. Longhorns got off to a bit of a slow start. They were only up by 5 after the first quarter, but they just dominated the rest of the way and flexed their muscles over the tribe of William and Mary. Texas shot 55% for the game. Maddie Booker led the way with 20. 5 Longhorns scored in double figures. And look, Texas just imposed their will on William and Mary. They out-rebounded them 51-26. They out-paint scored them 56-22. It was just Texas bigger, stronger, more physical on the low block. And you saw that over the course of 40 minutes as the Longhorns rout the 16 seed to open up their NCAA tournament.
Very nice.
And they'll play today, this afternoon, against Illinois, the 8 seed in the Birmingham 3 region. 1 o'clock, weird time, because Texas played the second to last game on Saturday night. There's an 8:45 tip-off at Moody Center.
Yeah, no kidding.
Game didn't end until 11. And then all of a sudden, the Longhorns have the quick turnaround, and they've got to play an afternoon game, one of the first games today, which Vic Schaefer was not very happy about that in his press conference yesterday. He was like, make it make sense. Well, it's TV, I guess. That's why it makes sense.
That's what makes sense. It's money.
It's dollars and cents, Vic. But I think he's got every right to be upset. I think, Illinois played the earlier game on Saturday afternoon/night at Moody Center, but I think they've got the right to be upset as well. It's a very, very quick turnaround for both of these teams. But look, the Longhorns back at it, trying to put the bow on a perfect season at Moody Center. Texas is 16-0 at the Mood this year. This will be their last home game that they play. Obviously, if they move on to next weekend, those games will be in Birmingham. But, the Longhorns trying to make it 17-0 at the Mood. They are now 32-3 on the season. Here's a little bit from Vic Schaefer. He had a press conference yesterday talking a little bit more about the win over William and Mary and previewing this afternoon's matchup against the Fighting Illini.
Excited about an opportunity to play in the second round of the NCAA tournament with this team. Again, want to give credit to William and Mary. I thought they were really special yesterday, and those kids, their coach, congratulate them again on a great season. And then for us, again, I think we had some rust to knock off, and we knocked some off on offense and still got some on defense. So hopefully we can continue to work and get better. We're better because we're going to play a really good Illinois team.
Yeah, we knocked off the rust. We only beat them by 44.
Yeah, again, a little rusty early on. They were only up by 5 after the first quarter, but yeah, it's fiction. That's what coaches say, right?
Sure.
I mean, Texas could have won that game by 75, and Vic Schaefer.
Oh, there would have been something wrong. Of course, there always is. Can always be better.
Always be better. I think UConn won its first game 102-39, something like that. They did cover the 45.5-point line, so thank you very much to Gino Ariema for that. Betting on UConn in the women's tournament has done me pretty well over the years. Sorry, my cousin. Done my cousin pretty well.
Yes. You probably only have maybe one loss at the most ever.
Women's bracket a little easier than the men's bracket because you just don't get as many upsets. So you could go a lot chalkier on the women's side, and you're going to be okay. Texas an 18.5-point favorite today against Illinois. So if the Longhorns win, they will advance to play Tennessee in a rematch of a game we saw in the regular season. That the Longhorns won here in Austin. But Tennessee beat Ohio State in the 5-over-4 game yesterday to get to the Sweet 16. So if the Longhorns take care of business this afternoon, again, they are pretty hefty favorites against Illinois. They will advance to the Sweet 16 again, and they will square off against the Lady Vols of Tennessee.
Awesome.
Texas baseball, Buck.
What a weekend.
We'll give some sponsor shout-outs here first, but we've got some sound from Schloss, and we will recap the phenomenal weekend for Texas baseball as they open up their home SEC slate by taking 2 of 3 from the number 2 LSU Tigers. Before we get to that, though, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our good friends over Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. Got to sit in my chair, got out of the big taco over the weekend, sat in my chair and watched some basketball, and man, oh man, it's a pain in the butt to move this over there. I need a recliner. Quit messing around, Buck. Just go ahead and get a recliner. Quit messing with this office chair. But boy, does this bad boy feel good for my back, BK. It feels fantastic. I love this chair. And your back will feel great too. If you got problems with your lumbar, with your shoulders, with your neck, with your hip area, please call on the folks at Relax the Back. They got 2 wonderful stores. They got the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, zero gravity recliners there, human scale office chairs and desks. They have all the accessories that you need. 2 locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck, and I am living pain-free thanks to the folks at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes,
nice.
Indeed. Love the Covert family. Shout out to them. And we're going to have some Cabo Bob's gift cards to give away this week.
Okay. The randomizer at work. Does the Spectrum mess up the randomizer or not really?
The randomizer might be out of commission today, but it will be back in commission this week. And because Texas baseball and Texas softball both took care of business over the weekend, we're going to have 2 more $50 Cabo Bob's gift cards to give to the people. We'll start with some Texas baseball. How about that as a first ever SEC home series for the Longhorns? They dropped Friday night's series opener 8-2, but they responded with back-to-back wins over LSU to take the series. LSU came into Austin with just 1 loss on the season. Texas tagged them for a couple, and it's the first series win against a top 2 opponent for Texas in 6 years. So the best regular season weekend the Longhorns have had in quite some time. And I'll be honest, Friday night's game, it wasn't great. And after that 8-2 loss, I'm like, well, can we just not get swept, please? Like, just find a way to win one of these games. And I was, my mind went to a dark place. Like, we're clearly good. You don't win 17 games in a row. You don't go on the road and sweep Mississippi State if you're not good. But I'm like, all right, we're just not at that level yet. I mean, LSU won the national title 2 years ago. They've been one of the best programs, and they are one of the best programs in college baseball history, but they've got a loaded roster. They're expected to compete for another national championship this year. Like, Texas is good, but we're not elite just yet, and that's okay because it's year 1 of the Schloss era, and maybe it'll take 2 or 3 years to really get to the very, very top of the college baseball world. That's kind of what I was thinking after watching Friday, and then
on Saturday, they had to use up all their pitching. They don't have any pitching for the remainder of the week and a week and a half. LSU used up everybody they had. I'm surprised they didn't bring the catcher and let the catcher pitch. That they got through so many guys. That's crazy stuff now.
Yeah, and Saturday's game was epic.
Yes.
I mean, if you were there at the Dish on Saturday night, you were treated to some spectacular theater. A back-and-forth game. Texas ends up winning it 11-7.
They wanted that. You know who wanted that game badly is LSU. They wanted that one.
Yeah, well, LSU was up 5-2 pretty early on, and they were up 7-6 going into the 7th inning. But the Longhorns scored the last 5 runs of the game. It started with a Jalen Flores solo bomb in the 7th inning. Will Gasparino had the go-ahead RBI single with 2 outs in that 7th inning. And then Texas added some insurance. Jalen Flores, another RBI in the 8th. Kimball Schlusser added a 2-run single to really put the dagger into the hearts of LSU in that game. That felt like a super regional game on Saturday night. Right, with the sellout crowd, a lot of LSU fans made the trip. The atmosphere was bumping. Saturday night under the lights, like that felt like a super regional game, and Texas threw the final few punches. Speaking of George Foreman, I mean, it was a 12-round heavyweight bout. LSU threw a lot early, but towards the end, Texas got the last few, and they ended up delivering the knockout blow in that 8th inning to win the game 11-7. And then yesterday, a lot less stressful, wire to wire. 6-2, Texas gets the win. Shout out to Ruger Riojas, who's been great out of the bullpen, the UTSA transfer. He gets his first start of the season. I don't think it'll be his last. Gave up just 2 runs in 5 2/3 innings. And then Dylan Valantis out of the pen did the rest. He was incredible, retiring 9 of the last 10 LSU Tigers that he faced. Those guys combined to hold LSU to just 2 runs in the finale. Max Ballou doing a great job offensively. He hit a bomb onto Comal Street in the 4th inning. He had 4 RBIs for Texas yesterday. The Longhorns get the win in the rubber match. And again, what a way to introduce yourself to the SEC. You go 5-1 at Mississippi State and home against LSU. This Texas baseball team is legit.
The back end of this pitching staff is pretty good, BK.
Yeah, the bullpen.
You know, that's the one that you're semi worried about because you thought you had first, a Friday and Saturday pretty good starters, which that you just got to have them no matter where level of baseball you play, and you're wondering if that was going to come through. But this back end has come through pretty early. Yeah, and you have to in this conference. You have to in this conference because they're going to score some runs on you.
You do. And Dylan Volantis, I mean, Texas has found its closer, right? And he got a 1 1/3, a 4-out save on Saturday. He was ridiculous to close the door on LSU. And then again, pitched 3 1/3 innings yesterday to close the door and win the series for Texas. Like, that guy is a monster on the mound. And that's a big deal. If you could get your late inning stopper that you can rely on anytime you call his name, that's such a luxury for a head coach and such a luxury for a pitching coach. And Dylan Volantis, the freshman out of California, wears number 99, looking like Nuke Lelouch out there. Very impressive lefty. He has been everything Texas wanted and then some so far.
I think I like the back end of it because they don't just give up they don't walk, they don't hit a bunch of batters. They make those guys have to work at the plate. And if they sit up there and take pitches, what they're going to get is a bunch of strikeouts and strike dudes out. That's the thing. No free passes in the back end.
You're right. Yeah. And that was why the UTSA game last Tuesday was so frustrating, right? Because for the most part, you're right. It's like they haven't been walking a lot of dudes. They haven't been hitting a lot of dudes. And then randomly you get that UTSA game where you see your 17-game win streak go away. And it's like, like, is this a sign of things to come? Like, is this a problem? Are we going to have to be paying attention to this against LSU?
They got rid of that in a hurry. That was good to see.
That was great to see. It really was great to see. And if you can beat that team 2 out of 3, again, Texas has sent a message to the rest of the SEC that, we know we've got a first-year head coach, but it's not going to take that long to get things up and running here at Texas. Like, we're here in your conference to take over your conference.
There you go.
It's like football. It's like soccer. It's like women's basketball. It's like tennis. It's like swimming and diving.
Absolutely.
It's like most of the other sports. Texas has walked in and been able to compete right away. Obviously, softball's in that category as well. We weren't quite sure if Texas baseball was going to be able to do this early. But again, they're tied for first place 2 weeks in. And it's not like they played a couple of cupcake opponents.
No.
They played some great teams. Now, the Longhorns get Missouri this weekend. That is the cupcake team in the SEC.
Yeah, they got to take care of their business there on a team that they should take care of their business.
So that's a team that you hope you can sweep in Columbia this weekend. Obviously, we don't complain about series wins on this show, but you do get a little bit of a reprieve. Sam Houston comes to town tomorrow for your Tuesday game. And then, trip to Columbia, to Como, as they call it, for 3 against Mizzou. But the Longhorns currently in a 4-way tie for first place in the SEC with Tennessee, who's the number 1 team in America, the team that won it all last year, with Arkansas and with Georgia, all teams that are ranked in the top 10 in the country right now. There's your 4-way tie atop the best conference in the sports. And what can you say about Schloss? What can you say about Max Wiener? Going back to your point, Buck, about the pitching staff looking so much improved. You've got a lot of transfers. You've got a lot of freshmen, a lot of unproven commodities at a place like Texas, kind of carrying the weight for this Longhorn pitching staff. And it's been one of the best pitching staffs in the country.
Well, it looks like they're in mid-season form, and it's not quite mid-season of your conference play. It's the beginning of your conference play, but the guys look like they're together. They understand what they're trying to do. They understand what their defense is about. Don't put the ball in play. Don't give guys free passes. Don't be hitting guys. We don't need to do that. Just make them hit the ball. Make them hit strikes.
That's, I think, every baseball fan's biggest pet peeve is walks.
Oh.
Like, make them earn it. Make them earn it. I was barely a pitcher in my time, but it was always the coach would say, make them earn it. Like, don't put them on for free. Don't walk guys. Don't hit guys. Look, if they hit you, all right, they beat you. You tip your cap, whatever. But there's nothing worse than just walking dudes over and over again. And Texas did that way too much last year with David Pierce as the pitching coach. And they're just not doing that. So maximum wiener. Yep. It is a full, hard, strong wiener here in Austin right now with this pitching staff. And our guy CB says, how about those Aggies? A&M got swept by Vandy over the weekend. The Aggies, the preseason number 1 team in the country, is now 0-6 in the SEC, tied for last. And they are also 11-12 on the season.
I guess you should pour it on while you have a chance.
What are you defending Are you defending the Aggies here? Are you sad for them?
I'm a little sad.
What?
Just a little bit. I mean, not a lot, just a little bit.
I am so happy that I was wrong with my pick. I'm glad to have some egg on my face this morning, and I'll have that egg on my face every morning throughout this college baseball season. I thought it would take 2 years for Texas to overtake A&M. I thought this would be like what happened with Chris Beard and Mark Adams at Texas Tech. We're like the first year after, Texas Tech kept its assistant basketball coach. They were really good. They make it to the Sweet 16, and it takes Texas a little while to get things figured out. I thought that was going to happen with A&M baseball, to where, next year Texas will be better and Schloss will prove why he's the better coach and this, that, and the other. I thought it would take a little bit of time for Texas to get rolling, and I thought it would take a little bit of time for A&M to fall off. 0 for 2.
They kind of walked off that cliff. They just kind of walked it off, I mean, my goodness.
They ran, dude. It was a full speed,
sprint.
Did
they run and jump?
It wasn't just like oops, misstep. Like, who was it? The Roadrunner who just ran off the cliff, and then he's like, oh, shit, going down. That's what it was. It was the Roadrunner just running full speed. All of a sudden, the cliff stops. You pause for a second. You turn. Uh-oh. Boom. That's A&M baseball right there. And the basketball team blew a 10-point second-half lead to Michigan in the round of 32.
I'm glad that guy was not on. I hope he was not on the radar for coaching here.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been. He's an okay coach, but
he's right where they need to be. He's right where they need to be with him. Keep him there. Keep him there in College Station. So there you go. There's your Texas baseball. Shout out to the Texas softball team as well. They sweep Auburn. Auburn, a ranked team, too, coming into this weekend. The Longhorns ruled them on Friday and Sunday. They needed a 3-run walk-off homer from Katie Stewart on Saturday to win that game 7-5, but they take all 3 against the Auburn Tigers. Texas softball now 31-2 on the season. Again, number 2 in the country behind only Oklahoma. Nice.
Oklahoma doesn't lose a lot of softball.
No, they don't.
They're pretty good at that sport. No, they're pretty good at that sport. And it's late April 25th through the 27th, when Texas will travel to Norman to take on Oklahoma in what will undoubtedly be the biggest series of college softball's regular season. Not just involving Texas or Oklahoma, but that's more than likely going to be number 1 and number 2 when they get together. And Texas needs to beat them at some point. They did get him a couple of times in the regular season. What really matters is the Women's College World Series. I'd like to beat those ladies at some point. They're very good.
Yes, they are.
We'll take your thoughts. Again, the Coda text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live streams are open as well. We'll give a couple more thoughts on the reported Sean Miller hire. And I don't want to talk about this airport story, but I think we have to.
Maybe one of the all-time greats.
Maybe one of the all-time worsts.
Yeah, yes. I'm going to have to say it's in the top 2 of the worst.
Yeah. So we'll do a quick round of sponsor shout-outs. Buck, how about Woods Comfort System?
Yeah, I clicked it. Guess what? I turned the air conditioner on yesterday. I mean, like for real. Not if it hits a certain temperature, it's on now. And folks, tomorrow there may be a record-breaking day temperature-wise, maybe getting to the low 90s. So make sure that your air conditioning system is ready to go. Now, you can call on them at any time, but they're probably going to be filled with people making phone calls to them, because there's a lot of folks out there that decided that, it's not going to get to be 90 degrees that quick. It's upon us now, and it's going to be upon us for the next couple of days. 90 tomorrow, possibly 85 after that. Then we'll cool down a little bit. But you want to make sure your air conditioning system is working properly. And nobody can do it better than Woods Comfort Systems. They've been doing it close to 70 years in Central Texas, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing now. That plumbing system, I don't know, you got a lot of rain there. Some folks, some of the things may have backed up. But if you do have a problem with your plumbing, please call on Woods Comfort Systems. They'll get out to you as quick as possible. They got wonderful technicians. They have contracts that will get them out there a couple times a year to make sure that everything is running properly. And for Woods Comfort Systems, most of the time, things will be running properly if you go through those folks. Almost 70 years, as I said, in Central Texas. Nobody does it better.
No, woodscomfortsystems.com is the website. 512-842-5066 is their phone number. Shout out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes as well. Yeah. If you want to upgrade your home, new bathroom, new kitchen, maybe both, or you want to add some life to your outdoor space as the weather starts to warm up here in Central Texas, reach out to the experts and our great friends at McCall Custom Homes. Speaking of doing it for a long time, how about 40 years here in the Austin area? They're custom home builders and renovators, and they could turn your existing home into something truly, truly special. And right now, if you reach out to them, they will hook you up with a free estimate. They'll come out to your place. They'll talk to you. They'll tell you what they think. They'll obviously listen to hear what you think, and then they'll come up with a plan for how you can upgrade your home here in 2025. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, for more information, or you can reach out to our buddy Mike, 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And a quick shout out to our friends at Sleep Cycle Center. You hear Chip talking about them all the time in the afternoon. Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care in screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. If you've got sleep apnea, if you are a snorer, get this thing taken care of. Okay? This, like, Reggie
Sleep
White
apnea is dangerous. It's also dangerous.
Reggie White died from sleep apnea. He didn't get it taken care of. It can kill you. It's not just, oh, your wife's annoyed, so she makes you sleep in the guest room. No, like, if you don't get this taken care of, like you said, Buck, it can be dangerous. Yes. Our friends at Sleep Cycle Center, again, the most technologically advanced testing. They will help find out the cause of your sleeping trouble, and they will find a way to get those things fixed. If you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, you're going to get $100 off a sleep study program. They've got 2 convenient locations, one in Lakeway and the other in the Arboretum. Again, sleepcyclecenter.com is the website. Sleep Cycle Center is the place to go. Make sure you tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right. Airplane story, Buck. You actually found this one.
Yeah, my wife told me it this morning. Yes, she thought that, of course, we patent ourselves on these great airline stories or terrible airline stories. She thought it may be the worst of all time. I said, the worst. I said, we've had some pretty bad ones here. This isn't a top 2. It's got to be in the top 2.
I mean, usually,
the dead body one was pretty bad.
Yeah, usually the airplane stories we discuss have like some comedic element, right? Like there's something you could point at and laugh at, something that's like, what, did that really happen? Like, you don't want to be on a flight when someone pulls their pants down and takes a piss in the middle of the aisle, but it's pretty funny,
it happens,
right?
Yeah, things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, like, someone, the condom lady, you probably don't want to be on that flight, but like, it's funny. It's good content. It's good material. Like there's
lady dies on the plane. Hey, lady dies in her seat. It was her time. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, that one,
nobody killed her. No, nobody hit her in the head and killed her.
Yeah, you at least get like a fun hypothetical about that. Like, what would you do if you were in that situation, which could turn into like a fun conversation. This one right here, Buck. This is just bad. It's sad. It's awful.
I'll just say this. I got to get to my place. I'm on vacation. I've got to get there, or I got to get back home. I am about flights, so.
Well, the good news here, the good news for this one is it happened at an airport. It didn't happen on board an airplane. So no flights got canceled or delayed because of this. But a Florida woman.
Oh, no.
by the name of Allison Agatha Lawrence was arrested last week for allegedly drowning her own dog in the women's bathroom of the Orlando International Airport. According to a report from WFTV9 in the Orlando area, Allison Agatha Lawrence was told by TSA that she did not have the correct paperwork to bring her dog on board her flight. This is a flight that happened on December 16th, 2024. She just got arrested last week, but this alleged incident took place back in December. She didn't have the correct paperwork. So instead of, I don't know, canceling the flight or calling a friend or family member like, hey, I've got this flight. Can you come get my dog? I don't have what I need to get the pup on the plane. So can you come take her away from me? Instead of doing either of those things, she allegedly took her dog into a restroom ahead of the security checkpoint, so right at the front of the airport, and drowned the dog. And an airport
Pitbull. What was it? German Shepherd?
I think it was a little tiny dog.
Oh, a little poodle?
I think it was a poodle. I don't know if we have it. I see a picture of the dog. It's a very small dog, but it's
Looks like a poodle.
You think it's a poodle?
Yes.
Let me see if
There's
I
some
can.
Folks out there right now saying it should have been drowned. It was a poodle. Yeah.
I just don't get a poodle. You don't have to drown a poodle. Don't get one. So here's the a shot of airport security footage. Thankfully, the dog is still living in this picture, but that is the woman here who was arrested, and that's her dog that
white schnauzer.
And she's walking around with in the airport. And yeah, she apparently went to a woman's bathroom and drowned the dog, and an airport employee found the dead canine in the stall and alerted police, but the dog was already dead at that point. And the woman boarded her flight. Like, she didn't get caught in that moment. She went, boarded her flight, flew to Colombia.
Get to that destination, right? She got to her destination.
You're not justifying this, are you?
Does it sound that way a little bit? No.
Yeah, no, it sure does. Yeah. And I gave you the chance to make it not sound like that, and you didn't take it.
Okay. Well, you got to get to your destination. I got that part. You can't kill your dog. You can't. You just got to say, you know what? I can't make this flight, so I'm going to lose some money. That's just the way it is. I'll try to bargain my way into it. You got to have the paper. You can't. First of all, she was like going to Colombia, wasn't she? You can't take. Hell, you can barely go from state to state and not have the right papers for a dog. So you can't leave the country.
Yeah.
Unless you get deported here, and they don't kill you in the bathroom. They probably wait till you get back. But no, you can't do that to your dog.
Yeah. No, you can't. That's awful. She was
do
arrested
it without anybody hearing it. That's the thing. How do you do that? Do you stick its head in the toilet? I mean, I see some of these mob movies where the guy gets his head shoved in the toilet and they drown the dude and they flush his head. I mean, what do you do?
I don't even want to think about that. I don't know why you're spending so much time thinking about it.
The day. Do you choke the dog? Do you have it? That dog's going to scream and make noise, isn't it?
I'm not thinking about that, man.
Think about the ways you have to do that.
I love my dogs too much to think about that. Sounds like you don't, but I love my dogs.
You know, of course, I love my dogs. But I couldn't take a Pyrenees and first of all, they wouldn't let that dog on the.
You shouldn't take any dog and do that. You shouldn't even be thinking about how you could go about doing that. This woman should be buried under the jail. Like, it's a felony charge for animal abuse. I don't know what amount of time she's going to serve. She got arrested and released on bond, but I assume she'll be going to jail at some point. But like, she should not get to see the light of day ever. Yeah. I know it's a dog. I know it's not a human, but come on, man. In the airport, what are we doing?
Leaving it behind in the stall.
Leaving it behind for an airport worker to see. Like, some little kid could have stumbled upon that dog at the airport. You know how traumatizing that is?
Not as much as it is for the dog.
Yeah. Bad. So
that's a bad bit. I don't know if that's the
the worst. That is by far the worst airplane story we've ever had, and I hope it's the worst one we ever. I'm usually happy when these stories find me. I'm sad this one found me.
Do you give this one does the lady get 10 years? Would you put her in jail for 10 years? Maybe about 5?
At least.
At least 5, right? Like real jail. Not house arrest, but real jail.
I'm 25 to life on this one, dude.
What?
Yeah. You don't do that. You don't do that.
No, you just cancel your trip. You cancel the trip.
Or call a friend to go get the dog. Like, whatever. Just you don't murder your dog in broad daylight in a public place. Don't murder your dog anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's dark and you're by yourself. Don't do that. But you sure as hell don't drown it at an airport.
Ronnie is a little different on getting to our destination. He may side on some craziness here.
I think you're alone with your take of.
I'm not alone. I'm not saying kill the dog. I didn't say kill the dog. I'm just saying, I got to get to my destinations. There's some drastic things that you have to do sometime. I don't know if this is one of them. I'll say this. This is not one of them. Does that sound better?
Yeah, for your sake, it does.
That's not one.
Yeah, guys, I draw the line at dogs. I draw the line at dogs. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. Man, it's just a bad person. How can you do that? And then you said she got on the flight and left?
Yeah.
Yeah, just left the dog there. Now, if you want to shove someone's head in the toilet and flush it, then all right, maybe they deserve it.
Like the Sopranos,
Oh, I haven't seen that scene. No spoilers.
Oh, there'll be 20 of those scenes in the Sopranos somewhere over the next couple of years. Believe me.
If you want to just give somebody a swirly or a wet willy or something.
A swirly.
You're bullying someone. You shove their head in the toilet and then flush it. Let them go for a little bit of a ride. All right.
This is not for kids in the car line. This is not what you do when you have to make a trip. Now, Uncle Buck likes to get on his trips, and he doesn't like delays.
Well, my whole thought with that is, guys, you know that you can't transport the pet. I'm assuming, right? I mean, it's not like you're going from Austin to Dallas or
you're going out of the country with a dog.
Going out of the country. It's really hard to get that done. I know that people find really creative ways to have service dogs these days. I'm like, okay, you have a service dog. Why? And I can totally get that, because when I'm away from my dogs, I get a little stupid. But come on, lady. You gotta be better than that.
Florida woman, of course.
I missed that part.
No.
She killed the dog?
Yeah, she drowned the dog. She couldn't take it on the plane.
What?
Yeah, it's a bad bit.
Yeah, a person is.
I'm sorry. I don't even mean to be laughed. That's not even a situation to laugh. It's just like it really reasserts the fact, or I guess it sets home that we are in a damn simulation. We are living in a simulation, or at least we have been in a simulation for the past 10 years. It feels like somebody's got to wake us up soon, right? Like this can't be real, right?
Yeah, you know when it's going to wake up, when it goes, then we'll all wake up.
We might not even wake up.
Buddy. Yeah, we'll wake up dead. That's how we'll all wake up. But no, Wags, you're like, we got to get to our destination. We can't keep having these things distract us at airports now. Let's go. Get on the plane,
There's
I can't you shove that dog in a bag or something?
But there's so many different companies you can use now that can watch your pets or do something for your pets.
I know.
You just can't take the trip.
They basically have Uber people to come over and do and walk your pets for you and stuff like that. It's crazy.
It's terrible.
Okay,
right.
It's the fourth best. It's the fourth worst. It's fourth worst.
You're gonna have PETA coming after you for this, Buck.
What?
We're about to get censored here. Come on.
Yeah, I'm worried we're all going down because of your take on this story, not just you at this point.
There's the condom lady. There's some ridiculous people on these planes. But at least they make it to the plane. They don't kill before they get to the plane.
Which is why this is the worst, by far the worst story we've ever had. The condom lady just berating.
I don't know. The what is it? The F4, what do they call them? The 4As?
I don't know what you're
the four heads.
Help me out with this. Rodney, or
what are you saying? What are you even talking about?
No,
the four tops.
for the
Final Four?
No, for the for the farming stuff.
Oh, the 4H. 4H.
The FHA.
The FHA. 4A, but it's actually 4H. Yeah. The 4H's. The 4H story we had right across the street. with
Wow, that's
with Vista Ridge. That was a pretty bad story.
well, that's just good competitive spirit. No,
Oh,
that's even that's just there was no competition with this.
So we all know that Rodney is going into politics after this.
Come on, you guys. You all have been involved with high school sports. You know how this goes. You got club baseball, club softball.
All right, I'm leaving before I get you in trouble, guys.
Too late. God, good luck wiggling out of that one, fellas.
Yeah, Rodney's apparently on the alumni staff at Vista Ridge. So.
Yeah, right. I'm in the boosting club.
Yeah, the boosters. Yeah, he's part of the boosters.
All right, boys. Booster. All right. What a mess.
I'm excited to listen to your show. Get your thoughts on Sean Miller and the tournament and everything else. So I'll bid y'all adieu. I try to help with the transition there.
Derek Queen.
I have your Terps in my Final Four, so I was.
Do you really?
I needed a lower seeded team, and they were the one I went with. So I don't feel great about it. Now I think Florida's going to kick their ass in the Sweet 16.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping UConn was going to hold on against Florida, but the Terps. I needed the Terps to get that done. So shout out to Dairy Queen.
There he goes. Yeah, a lot of phenomenal freshmen. A lot of phenomenal freshmen in this tournament. Yep. Just another one getting able to shine. Sucks that Trey wasn't able to do what Derek was able to do, but again, first buzzer beater of the tournament, man.
Yeah, needed. All right, boys. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
See you later, man.
Later, brother. There he goes. Here we are. Welcome in, everybody, for another edition of Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Hopefully everybody had their fill with March Madness. We'll be talking a little bit about that today. Make sure you hit us up on our socials if you hadn't done so already. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime is over there at the Rodney R, and then on Instaface at the _ Rodney R. I am on Instaface at the Wagner Wire. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Smash the subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. You guys know the drill. And then get a part of this conversation. Hopefully you all had your fill. Rodney, how about you? Did you have your fill?
I did, man. I had my fill. It was a good weekend of
Texas
fun.
baseball too, amigo.
Texas baseball. And hey, I do want to give a shout out because I mentioned I think on Friday or Thursday that I was going to head out to the pitch yesterday and do some work for my company. I was out there yesterday morning, noon through about 3, and man, that crowd was energetic. It was that's a really cool thing. I didn't go into the game because I had to come back home and watch March Madness, but way to go. And I think Austin FC picked up a win as well over San Diego 2-1. So very energetic, very fun crowd, very hip place, very cool stadium. Looks like something I'm going to need to do very, very soon. Wags, let's do it.
How many times did you go out there?
Let's do it, man. That's my first time there. I've never been there.
Okay.
I've never been there. Yeah.
That's your first time there in 4 years?
First time there in 4 years. I'm not a soccer guy. So there's not really a reason that I would have gone there before. But man, I love just that place is in the perfect spot. Traffic actually moves around in there as well as possible. You can park on site. It's a very free flowing, open venue. Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot.
I don't so you had a good experience with the traffic. I don't find that it's in. I don't know. I don't find the traffic is the best spot for me. I think it's kind of a mess to get the hell in and out.
Oh, is it? Well, truth be told, I got to park like right off of the HEB Plaza because I was working. So that
you get a media spot. Like even when you get to park in the media lot, it's still a mess because it's just the one road that goes in there and takes you into the lot, right?
That Aguilar Street or whatever that street is. What I do like about it is that there's parking around there. The walk to get over there is not quite as bad. Not quite as bad. No, Patrick, I wasn't chilling with BK. I was actually out there sweating, doing some solid labor. BK was up in the suites. BK was living the sweet life with Allstat. I had a chance. O'Reilly, we had a suite up there also, but I had some other stuff I had to tend to, like my Tom McKay 3 TV setup, watching basketball and NASCAR. So I was otherwise busy. But I will hit the suite next time. I will hit the suite. Looked like a fun time. Want to get
I guess we'll get into. I mean, the main headline to talk about today, right, is the new hire for Texas basketball, and how we feel about it. Now we'll also, put a bow on this bad boy for the first weekend and first week of March Madness, and then kind of dial up the preview for the Sweet 16. Matter of fact, we have Al Walsh to come on for the Sweet 16 too. We kind of teased that on Friday. We just got to solidify and get him down for Wednesday. But yeah, we'll be previewing that. Your thoughts before we get into Sean Miller, your thoughts on the first, I guess, round of madness that went down in March.
Seems like I'm really kind of putting my thumb on this. This is the NIL transfer portal time of college basketball, to where we're not seeing, a lot of people, obviously with all the basketball on Thursday and Friday are just amazing days, to set the tone for the weekend, and you're waiting for the massive upsets and all that. And, there were a couple, but we didn't quite have what we've had in the past. And I think that's where the dynamic of college basketball has changed, to where these teams that are, top seeds, or these teams that are projected to really make big time runs, are going to do that because they've got the best basketball players and they've got the best teams. So that was the takeaway from it. I guess a little bit of disappointment, and my bracket shows that, because it was like I was taking Hail Marys at stuff, trying to make that splash, and that just didn't happen this year. That just didn't happen this year.
The kiss of death on Friday was to show your bracket, and of course I did. And we went from first place to 15th. So,
well, I'm 144th, so you're doing a lot better than I am.
I know, but still, I mean, my misses. What were my big misses here? Marquette was a big miss. I had Marquette over New Mexico, clearly, right? And then I didn't have Marquette surviving past Michigan State. But also I picked Iowa State over Ole Miss.
Ole Miss. Oh, I did that too. Yeah,
I figured Iowa State was, even though the SEC seemed like it was a tougher. Am I correct to say this year, or was there a guise that was kind of over the conference that was kind of making us kind of think that the SEC was a lot better than what it was? But I felt like the SEC conference was better than the Big 12 this year. Am I wrong? Am I going to get stones thrown at me for saying that? But and it's not just because we're now in the SEC. I thoroughly believe that the SEC had a better conference this year than the Big 12.
I totally agree.
It's Big 12 or Big 10. It's Big 10 or SEC this year.
Yeah, and I think kind of a lot of that shade that was cast was when the whole question was coming up, if it was going to be 14 teams in the tournament or whatever. That's pretty daunting. That's pretty intimidating. Insert the conference, even if it wasn't the SEC. If it was the Big 12 that happened to be that way, I think that you would have the same shade cast. I think that it's only magnified this year now with the addition of Texas and Oklahoma, and Texas being one of those teams that was kind of on the cusp of not getting in. I think really only intensified it more, to where Texas doesn't need to be in. And Oklahoma goes in and they actually, look good. But I mean, with what I saw here with the first weekend, it really did not as much as in the women's tournament, but the women's tournament, like I filled out a bracket this year in the women's tournament just to fill it out, just to kind of invest myself a little bit, to where I'm going to tune in maybe for more than the ladies that play today at 1, than Texas women. But it's like the women's bracket's pretty simple. Pretty simple. You get in there and you look, and you don't have a lot of the upsets and all that. And this first round of March Madness, it just seemed a little messy at times, and kind of lacked a little bit of what. And I think that's just now because these really good teams are built to be really, really good teams. You don't have the sleepers that are going to sneak up and tap you on the shoulder and kick you in the nuts and knock you off.
I didn't watch any women's basketball, man. I feel a little bit guilty about that too. Now, I don't know if it's because there's no superstars, or there's not enough trash talking going down in this year's March Madness for the ladies, or what. But I don't know. For some reason, it's just not on it's not on the radar for me. And maybe
it's not for me either. But it was one of those things to where it's like, I get all gung ho into the men's game, and this year, I mean, it. Especially having a contending team right here in our own, hood.
It sucks too, right? Because I should, like, with as good as the Lady Longhorns are, I should be all about the women's tournament.
And the thing is, Wags, I think once we trim this thing down to where it's like, Notre Dame, USC, South Carolina, Texas. When we get into the
NC State, don't leave NC State NC State.
Yeah. Well, I think like when we get into the Great Eight and all that, I think that's when it'll kind of magnify a little bit and resonate more with people. And I think here in our Fairburg, as we say, I mean, if Texas is a part of that, which they should be, I mean, you would think that they are.
You got to point to that. I think you're right. I think because we're expecting the ladies to go deep. We're kind of we tuned in more to the men's anyways, naturally, right? Just because it draws a lot more money, but also, you know, we didn't know if the men we didn't think the men were going to make a deep run, right? Unlike the Lady Longhorns, where we're all predicting them to at least be in the Final Four here, right? You know, they're a 1 seed anyways, so you'd like to think that they're probably going to go pretty deep. So that, I mean, naturally, you're to your point, you're probably like, okay, we'll wait until, you know, the Elite Eight and then the Final Four to actually turn this thing on, and then watch the ladies, you know, clean this thing up.
Yeah.
Hopefully clean this thing up, right?
And I do think and again, I am hardly a women's basketball common view, or I'm very, very much a common viewer, not a frequent viewer, but I mean, it seems like there's a very, I mean, you can count them on maybe 2 hands using 7 or 8 fingers that are going to be, those are the teams that are going to win. Where with the men, it's always been, you know, in this first weekend where we see those folks get knocked off, but the teams that were projected, there were like Auburn, for example. You know, Auburn was a little slow on the start and so forth, but I mean, they didn't let themselves get beat, and I think that's the difference now to where the really good teams are really that much better. You get to some of
are you shocked at Arkansas?
I am. I didn't.
I had St. John's going pretty deep, man. Now I did have them. I did have them losing to Florida, of course, right? But I had Texas Tech in St. John's, and
I had Tech moving on. Yeah.
Now we're gonna have Arkansas in Texas Tech, which is absolutely nuts. Calipari, man, making the magic happen, making this thing happen.
Oh man, him and Rick Pitino. It's like when those two, I mean, that's those two when they battle.
There's a lot of narrative with that, right? Like both at Kentucky. And I think I'm pretty sure that Calipari was Pitino's successor. Was he not?
I think you're right about that.
Or what? Or was that? Or no. I think I'm wrong. I think it was Pitino, then it was Tubby Smith, and then Calipari.
Yeah,
I think Tubby was after Pitino. If I'll have to look it up. Look at the succession plan or order of coaches that went down. But speaking of that, another coach did go down at the University of Texas, but I got to give Rick Barnes a shout out here. Hey, what do you know? Another Sweet 16 for Rick Barnes.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Rick. Hey, way to go, Rick. Congratulations. Texas is looking for another head coach. Does that sound like news? You heard? Is that a headline you heard before?
Yeah.
Or no, Texas isn't looking for a head coach anymore. Texas was looking for a head coach. They just hit their head coach. Sean Miller, your thoughts? We kind of talked a little bit about it on Friday, right? You know, with the crystal ball kind of clearing up a little bit. But Sean Miller, your thoughts?
I like the energy. Definitely like the change. Like you know, we've said, Wags, this thing has gotten so stale, and you didn't see. It's one thing when, in my opinion, that when you talk to the future of a coach, it's like, okay, is there progress? Obviously, there's not progress, and I think it was look. I mean, I think Rodney Terry did an exceptional job stepping in a very turbulent time in the program to where the program could have just completely gone.
I don't know if I can call it exceptional.
Well, you know, with the initial run, I say that to where he did a really good job, and Rodney Terry did a really good job to keep the cohesiveness of the team. Although it would be really hard to lose that team with what you had on that team, so I will say that. But since then, it has just been not just a bad direction and a bad look. And like I mentioned last week, I would think that with the money that the men's basketball program generates, and the height of the popularity of March Madness, that you need to be a part of that. Not making the tournament is kind of that ultimate low where you have to go in there and make the change. I like the Sean Miller hire. We talked about that last week as well. I think the dude's an exceptional recruiter. I think that he's done a lot there with Xavier. The guy's got the guy's a winner. The guy's a winner. He's going to come in. He's going to bring excitement to the Moody Center to me, to where you're going to have a better offensive brand of basketball. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing that we'll see, to where just a new breath of fresh air. And I see a lot of folks, well, no, this isn't the guy, but this is the guy CDC wanted. This is a CDC.
Now, why wouldn't Sean Miller be the guy? That's going to be a question. You say that, but why wouldn't he be the guy?
I think that a lot of people had other coaches circled in their coaching search that really had no realistic possibility of coming here, if you know what I mean. And with Chris Del Conte, this is the guy he wanted the last time, I think.
Is there 20 second here? Is there such thing, or does a non-realistic chance actually exist with Texas and the amount of money and resources that Texas has? Is that sentence a legit sentence? Like, there wasn't a realistic chance. Like, should that even be? I guess that's a two-part question, right? Should that even be allowed in someone's breath, right? Like, when you're speaking of sports, when you're speaking of basketball, like, why can't Texas, with all the resources that Texas has, right? And I guess just the peaks and valleys of where this program is and where I guess the potential of where it could be, why is that a statement that you are willing to make, or that you think you can make?
To me, it's always been with basketball. I mean, football, one thing. Football,
no,
baseball.
100%. I get it. Yeah. Football and basketball are different sports.
Yeah.
But with the resources, throw basketball out. With the resources aside, why is it an unrealistic approach to bring in a Nate Oates or something like that?
I think this really all depends. This all depends on the individual. I mean, that's a big part of this. I mean, if you've got somebody that is already in a really, really good situation, and I think, let's say Nate Oates, for example. I mean, I think their facilities need a lot of work there, and yet he's still doing what he's doing here. But he's got that brand, he's got that program going in a direction to where, with NIL and transfer portals, when you start winning and people get involved and people start spending money, that helps your NIL and all that. I just, on the men's basketball side for me, it hasn't been to where it's like with money and resources and all that. What we talk about with money is, I think I saw somewhere, maybe it was on Horns 24/7, that this might be like a $4.6 million deal or whatever it may be per year here for Miller. I don't think that when it comes to all the money and all the resources, that's really injected into the men's basketball program at this point, because it hasn't got to the potential to where it deserves the money and resources.
I agree with you. You're missing my point, though. I think everybody's missing my point. With the amount of resources that Texas basketball, or with the amount of resources that the university has, this should not even be a conversation, right? Like, an unrealistic approach to get a coach, to get your guy, should not even be a realistic or should not even be a conversation piece. It just shouldn't. Like, you're Texas. You should be able to go out and poach or get anyone that you want with the amount of money that you have and with the amount of potential that could be brought on the 40 acres. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but
it's wishing one hand and shitting the other, regardless, because we got our coach. But I'm just saying, like, with the big deal about where the program's at, right? Sure, it's not a Arizona, okay, or it's not a blue blood, like, hell, like even Tennessee now. It's not even in a spot where Tennessee is at. It doesn't matter. You should be able, because you're Texas, you should be able to have the bag that's necessary to go out and get the guy that you want.
I think a lot of this too does come down to, I mean, guys that are in traditional, powerful blue blood type situations, or that are building one that is kind of heading in that direction. Consistency is something that they want to stay with. But to that other point, I mean, I would think that let's say whoever your guy is, to your point, if you want to go get that guy, throw a bag at him, you're going to give him a pretty long leash. You're going to give this dude a lot of space to do what he needs to do. And yes, everything is here. Everything is here for them to do. But I think college basketball is just a little bit different, to where guys, some of these coaches are content being in spots that maybe aren't the big, bad, powerful Texas. And And again, this goes down to Chris Del Conte. I think Miller has been his guy. So I don't even know if he made those calls, because going back to the last coaching search, I thought it may be Miller that time, but he's got his guy, and I think he's happy with that. And I do Wags reference this kind of over a little bit to the Sark thing. You remember when the Sark hire, it's like, why? I mean, with everybody else that's there and different possibilities, and you could have drawn this guy in, you could have gone to the league and got this guy. We had conversations about getting Roy L. Ivy, different guy, Jay Williams, different guys that have done different things. I think Chris Del Conte just hones in and finds his guys, and we'll see if this proves to be as beneficial as quick as it has been with Steve Sarkisian, because there was a lot of question with that one also.
Yeah. Again, no correlation, but we plucked our football coach from the Pac-10 or Pac-12. You seemingly get another basketball coach from the Pac-10 or Pac-12. Not just that, but he's also been coach of the year in the Pac-12 as well 4 times. So yeah, Sean Miller, again, a lot of people, like you said, might not be happy with the pick. I'm satisfied with it. You guys know, I threw Nate Oates out there as a name. Nate Oates is my guy. Like, I absolutely, if you have the resources, and I think Jake kind of said it yesterday or last week too. Jay Wright, throw everything you can at Jay Wright and make Jay Wright turn you down, right? Make them all turn you down. Like I said, you have the biggest bag of resources, and I get it. Texas isn't a blue blood school for basketball. I understand that wholeheartedly. It becomes a blue blood school pretty quickly with the finite, or excuse me, the infinity amount of resources that you could throw hypothetically at a coach or at anyone that you wanted to get them to come to the 40 acres. Now that NIL and the paradox that has been wide open basically with NIL and getting everybody here, or getting anybody where they need to go basically with the bag. As long as you secure the bag, man, you're good. All right, my guy. Yeah, that's my thoughts on Sean Miller. Again, wasn't exactly my number one pick, but he suits the fancy, and I'm absolutely satisfied with a pick like this. Tremendous success at Xavier, was able to be called back after his time and stint at Arizona too, where he was able to be a winner there. Only thing the only blemish that I remember from his career and actually was able to pull up was the wiretapping. And if you're look, man, what's wiretapping this day and age, right? It looks like you're just trying to do a little bit of research
recruiting
your opposition, right? If wiretapping is the only thing that we have to worry about in this day and age, then damn, bro, I'm not trying to undersell anything, but I mean, hell, you got coaches, that were, putting their damn players in a damn brothel, and they're back in the mix and coaching, having a great time. And, you got the national pundits, putting them up on a pedestal. And by the way, I'm talking about Rick Pitino, if you guys can't make it out or deduce what I'm talking about here. But you got them talking about, how great of a coach he is, and they're forgetting about the stuff that he did while he was at Louisville. So if you can shine and come back from the dead from that, I'm sure you can come back from wiretapping, right?
Yeah, that's what's so funny when you go back and you look at that stuff, and even like when we've mentioned the SMU football stuff, to where it's like that was nothing. I mean, compared to what goes on now, it's just like status quo.
I can't even remember what the hell he was trying to get the advantage of with the wiretapping.
It was just a matter of offering what's his name $10,000. I mean, $10,000 to be a part.
And that's where then they got hit with the shoe deal, right? Or
there was
didn't
something
they
else.
Get popped with Adidas or something like that?
Yeah.
I can't remember the shoe.
That's totally fine now, right, Wags?
Right, yeah. All of this thing is water under the bridge, right?
Yeah, and that's where. I mean, that's where you go back and you look at this, and
it was somebody else's rule. That's what it was.
Yes.
It was somebody else saying, "No, you can't take money from my pot." That's all.
That's all it was. That's all it was. And somebody ratting somebody out, and and that is what it is. What it is at that time, and it is what it is now, and it's a different time. So that's the thing. And I did wonder. I really did wonder, Wags, when we talked about Sean Miller coming here as the head coach. to where, because when you had the Beard situation, Texas made the move right there. If you want to think from the competitive standpoint, that's a move that you don't want to make. You don't want to get rid of that guy. But the ethical thing to do, I guess, was you can't have that dude with that stain in like we talk about in the Texas program. I really wondered if even with that still there, because at the time it was something you couldn't be doing, if it was a move that Chris Del Conte would make. And that really leads me to believe that this is really his guy, because I don't think he would have made that move in the past.
I don't know. You said a lot there that made me think of a lot of things here, and one of them was, real quick, since we're talking about Chris Beard, and we want to talk about the legacy, or we want to talk about what Rodney Terry has done for the University of Texas. When Rodney Terry was put in as the interim coach for Chris Beard, all right, and after he has assumed this team, and he's had 4 years now with this program, is the program is it in a better state?
No, the program's in disarray.
Okay, but is it in better hands when he found it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Ole Miss. Is Ole Miss in better hands now from Chris Beard getting that position?
In a very timely, quick manner.
In a very quick manner.
Very quick manner.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Right. And that was where I heard a lot of people bring Chris Beard back. Oh, come on. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be great. That would be great. But yeah, that was never.
Charges were dropped, were they not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That was never going to happen. And that's what I think. I mean, what you need to see right now is
washing one hand, shit in the other. No, I got you. But still, knee-jerk reactions. And rightfully, I understand the situation with Chris Beard. You got to kind of mitigate,
sure,
everything there. So
sure. And
again, optics, I get the optics, but let's wait for maybe a week and let a story unfold before we allow journalists to kind of dictate what the hell we're going to do.
That was always my spill with that, Wags. It's like, can we let this play out just a little bit? I mean, when it happened, it's like, okay, you kind of sense that sketchiness. You remember, with our man Xavier Worthy, when you hear the story, it's like, okay, something just doesn't quite seem right here. Let's kind of let this play itself out, because to me, the program has taken steps backwards, because so much was going to be Chris Beard leading this program for 10, 15, 20 years, and it fell apart. But now here you go. You're going in a new direction.
I get it. But Rob, if I'm wrong, he didn't hit his wife, right? Nothing. He didn't put his hands on her. Did he not? Or do I have the story wrong? Because the story that I read, was told to me and read, was the fact that he didn't put any hands on his, it was drop charges. It was a misunderstanding.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's all under the bridge anyways, but still, I get, the optics mean that you have to get rid of it, but at the end of the day, what went down?
Well, and I will say, kind of to Rob's point right there, is
well, if there was legit evidence, then sure, you can't. But I don't. I
think where Rob's going with this is because we're talking about the magnitude of the University of Texas. It's kind of been what we've been talking about here for a little bit. I think in this situation right here, anything that was kind of tied to, and again, it really did seem like it was.
Well, no, if you hit your wife, regardless of the institution, you should not.
Exactly. But I think that even the allegation here, I mean, I think if we were dealing with I don't know, a smaller scale program, a smaller scale school that's not in the public eye, to maybe there would have been a little more leeway to where it's like
under the rug or something.
Yeah, sure. We can kind of or kind of push it out. Look, unfortunately, imagine this, Wags. We could do the right thing and let it play itself out. But unfortunately, that's not the way it works. I mean, so much is done now in the court of public opinion and the court of mainstream media, to where it's like it plays itself out. And then, oh, by the way, this really wasn't what it was pictured to be initially. And that's unfortunate. But yeah, that was, again, it is. That's water under the bridge. You can think about what could have been. But yeah, what Chris Beard has done there, that really is, when you sit there and you watch that, it's like, damn.
It is tough to sit here and look at my bracket and seeing how busted, the West is the only part, or excuse me, the West is my only. No, my South is kind of messy a little bit. I got I got 2 losses in my East, and then 2 losses in my West because of the Marquette and Ole Miss over Iowa State. But other than that, like my South's the only one my Midwest is the only one that's clean so far.
Yeah, South was the one that put me right in the crapper, Wags, right from the get-go. Honestly, the West isn't bad. The what's the other here? Midwest is not good, and the East is okay. But that's where this year has become very chalky. And
Ike in 32nd place. We see you, Ike. We see you, buddy.
32nd place. How's that? Did you finish that pizza, by the way?
Yeah, it didn't last a day. It was done. I was trying to stretch it out for the weekend until the family got back to kind of be cheap and not spend or to be as cheap as possible, and try and conserve the bank account there. But no, it didn't even make it past Friday night. We obliterated it, man. It's the Parmesan crust, dude. And like I was telling you, it's the layer of bread that you get with the pizza, right? Other competitors, they go real thin. It's just mostly the crust, and then it's the real thin layer, and doesn't really give you the pizza, the cheese, or the sauce. Trifecta with Ike's Parmesan stuffed crust there from Domino's. All right. Anything else we need to talk about, my dude?
Let me see here. I'm just kind of going through the comments right here. Oh, by the way, Wags, speaking of pizza, I need to get back into pizza. I've been eating a lot of pizza lately. And man, I weighed in again this morning. I've lost 6 more pounds, dude.
There you go. Congratulations.
Pounds. Yeah. I don't exactly know what I'm doing. I'm just being a little smarter, I think. But yeah, the Chris Beard thing, I mean, we didn't really mean to dig into that, but it's hard to not think about that. But yeah, with the brackets and I've heard a lot of what I'm talking about right here, to where it's like you haven't had the upsets, you haven't had the Cinderella moments and all that. But you know what? We still tune in. I mean, so I let's talk about Maryland, because something that I saw earlier. Tell me your thoughts, because it's like with the travel. I thought the guy was traveling, but at the same time, traveling is never called. So this whole the game-winning shot for Maryland.
You thought Queen traveled?
I mean, I think 80% of the time guys are traveling. I saw 3 steps, but I mean, I always go back to Wags. It's like, okay, well, maybe they're just moving so fast and they have such huge strides that's why I think everybody's traveling. But hey, man,
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at the replay right now on ESPN, and this is not a travel, Rodney. He takes a gather step, but he doesn't have a travel. Now it looks awkward because it's coming. It looks awkward because he's going.
Could be the angle.
It's not the angle. He's a right-handed player, and he's going left.
That's
why it looks.
That's true.
He's going off of his right foot. He's going off, instead of going off of his non-shooting foot, the left foot. He's shooting a runner off of the right foot, and it's a fadeaway. So it looks like he's walking, but he didn't travel. He picked his left foot up.
Yeah. No, good point. Yeah. The whole, right. Yeah. That has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. There's no travel there.
Yeah.
So
no, good call.
No, what I think, I think Maryland is absolutely lucky to even be in that. I thought Colorado State was actually going to come away with that. They're making that, hitting that 3 to put them up 1 there at the, 4 seconds left. And then they fly down the damn court. I didn't think Queen was going to make it, honestly. I was getting ready to text my dad and like, well, you had a good run. There you go. And then all of a sudden, now you're marching on to the Sweet 16. Derek Queen, we talked about the phenomenal freshmen that are blessed to be in this tournament. And here you go with another one right here. The Killer Queen, as they like to mention up in College Park right now, man. The Killer Queen. He and Gillespie, dynamic duo here. I don't know how far they can go past the Sweet 16 with Florida at their midst now. I mean, Florida, I think I have Florida versus Auburn in my national championship, or no, it might be Florida, or it might be Auburn and Tennessee. I got to check this out. But yeah, it's going to be a tough feat nonetheless. Like, Florida's probably one of the best perimeter shooting teams in the tournament still. So yeah, look, Maryland's got a decent backcourt, and they got some talent like Queen, but you're also going up against the Gators, and the Gators are deadly.
Yeah, Florida, man. That's a hell of a draw right there, and I really am looking forward to Texas Tech and Arkansas. Now at this point, it is. I mean, I don't want to say that I've kind of put my Arkansas, but it's like yeah. Because I did not see this. Did not see this. Again, another that I've missed right there. But Arkansas with an opportunity right here with Texas Tech. So when is that? That's
now Boogie Flan coming back. I knew that it would kind of elevate them a little bit, but I didn't know that they would be making a run and taking down like St. John's, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have them go. I didn't have Arkansas going to the Sweet 16. I didn't think many people had Arkansas going to the Sweet 16, man.
No.
But yeah, this would probably be the shock. Is there any more 12s that are still into this thing?
Nope. Arkansas is the lowest seed, I think, at this point, because you've got BYU still in this over on the other side. They're number 6, and then Purdue is number 4.
There was a double-digit seed team that I thought was actually going to make a run.
Well, I think that was who I think it was yesterday. Colorado State. Colorado State was the one that I thought might knock Maryland off. After the first round, I thought, man, there's a lot of momentum here with Colorado State, but that was the best game of the tournament to me so far. That one last night, but yeah, Colorado State, I thought, but no, Maryland able to.
Drake, I was thinking about that. I thought Drake might have been able to take out Texas Tech after the first round. Not at first, right? I didn't have Drake even getting out of the first round, but after Drake being able to knock off Missouri, I thought they might be able to upset Texas Tech, but. They actually fell, and then now we got Sweet 16 matchup: Texas Tech versus Arkansas here.
Yeah, there you go. Who are you going to root for?
I don't know. I think I'm going to root for Arkansas. Honestly,
I'm with you.
The whole SEC, being a part of the SEC, it just means more. And I'm kidding. I'm rooting for Arkansas because my distaste and disdain for Texas Tech.
Yeah. Give me the Hogs, man.
I got to tell you, the matchup that I'm looking forward to is probably Kentucky and Tennessee, right? Like
it's gonna be a good one.
I want to talk about an SEC rock'em sock'em, nice little contest here, nice little battle here. It's gonna be Tennessee or Pope versus Rick Barnes here, man. It's gonna be a classic. It's probably gonna be the best matchup out of the Sweet 16.
I think Houston Purdue is going to be somewhat interesting.
That's a nice little one too, man.
I like that because Houston got tested pretty good there with Zags, man. That Gonzaga, we talked about that last week, to where it was going to be Gonzaga. What were we going to get? Walsh talked about that to where we were going to get more out of Gonzaga than we thought we were going to get. And Purdue there with McNeese. I mean, McNeese kind of became a 12 again after the big win, and Purdue not really tested.
BYU and Bama. I mean. This should BYU shock the shit out of people in the tournament. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Be able to. This should be a manhandle, I would think.
Yeah. And that's where with the Kentucky Tennessee is going to be. Kentucky and Tennessee is going to be a hell of a lot of fun right there. Florida Maryland, but I think Florida is just going to. I mean, it's just too much. I mean, Florida's just a lot, almost a juggernaut, we can call it. Hey, man, who knows? Who knows?
All right. What else you got, partner?
I'll tell you what we will do. How about a word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave?
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now, not ever. Also want to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They can come in, and if you need a bathroom remodel like we are about to finish up here, they can take care of that. Kitchen remodel, adding a second story to your property, or if you're looking for a brand new custom home, they can take care of that for you as well. For over 30 years, father and son organization, and I'll tell you, one of the best things that you can look at when you're looking at a contractor that's going to come in and they're going to take your place place and transform it is take a look at the trades, take a look at the folks that are going to be coming in and the integrity and the pride that they put in their work. And I've been so impressed with everybody that has been through with McCall, because these guys come in and they are truly craftsmen that come in and do their job, building value into your home. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. You can also call or text Mike at 512-633-9580. Let McCall Custom Homes do what they are doing for us. At our home, they are building value into our home. It is McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
I want to give Ole Miss a chance against Sparty, but Sparty looks pretty damn good this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Izzo might have the dudes. And then real quick, back to Florida and Maryland. I kind of just to tie this one off. Maryland's got some decent guards, right? Gillespie's fantastic, but you're probably talking about, in my opinion, I don't know. Kentucky's got some nasty guards too, but probably the best overall shooting backcourt is probably Florida with Clayton and company there. I think they got. I got to check. Hold on, let me go back into this. I'm pretty sure they got 3 dudes over 35% from the line or from the perimeter here. Yeah, matter of fact, 4. They got 4. Shit, they got more than 4. If you really want to take it in consideration, you can put Aberdeen in there too. But Aberdeen, really, you got to consider his minutes. So from the perimeter, Rodney, the 38. I'm pretty sure my eyes aren't failing me here. Let me pull this over. 38.7%, 35.4%, 35.6%, 34%. That's their top 4. That's their top 4 perimeter shooters. Yeah, that's pretty nasty. So I would have to say that Maryland's got their hands full with this backcourt, and regardless of how lights out and how much of an assassin Kobe Bryant might be for Kentucky, Florida's probably got the dynamic backcourt, or probably the assassin backcourt for sharpshooters in this tournament still.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a tall order there, but
yeah,
Florida,
Clayton, Martin, Richard. I mean, they're just lights out, dude. Florida can shoot.
Yeah, they really can, and you haven't really had anything in this tournament that's led you to believe that there's been any bit of a letdown. So there would be one thing if you saw some of that, but I just don't think that it's going to happen, man. Florida is so solid. And I think they handle business here.
No, I'm with you. Yeah, I mean Maryland, it's been a great run, but you're going up against one of the better teams in the tournament. You're probably going to bow out here.
And so to Steven's question right there, which team has played the best thus far? And he mentions Duke right there. I think Duke and Florida, but a lot of this goes back to the point that I was making earlier, to where it's like
Tennessee's
Tennessee
pretty damn
solid,
good,
right?
Michigan State, like I just mentioned, Michigan State. I don't know. They kind of struggled a little bit with New Mexico, but were able to pull away towards the end there. Yeah, I mean, I sit here and tell you how good Ziegler is too, right? But Lanier for Tennessee, he's a lights out. You want to talk about assassins and people that can hit from downtown. Lanier, you got to remember that Tennessee's got some absolute studs on the team besides Ziegler as well. So, look, Tennessee's impressed me. I think Duke's impressed me just because of the uncertainty with Flagg's injury. So, but again, they're supposed to be the diaper dandies that put it all together, every year and make a run at tournament. You're also seeing my ultimate hate for Duke starting to surface here. Like it's hard for me to give Duke any type of praise, but yeah, they're fun to watch. Cooper Flagg's fun to watch. I can't wait for Flagg to get the hell out of Duke, and Duke can kind of suffer a little bit more, hopefully. I thought there would be a little bit of a lapse with Coach Krzyzewski, kind of being removed from the helm, but Duke is Duke still, apparently.
I think a lot of why Duke, not that they haven't looked the best or any of
Arkansas, to me, Rodney. Arkansas has been the toughest team.
Yeah, I mean Duke's had a pretty easy path I mean, you kind of factor that into where we're talking about where you haven't had upsets and you haven't had all the different things. Duke has been as advertised because the path has been a lot easier, and I think it's still an easier path at this point. But to me, Arkansas, they have. I mean, they've had to play.
I would say the toughest, but the most impressive.
Most impressive, right? Yeah, and just solid basketball because the opponent the matchups have been better. Kind of to my thing with Duke, to where the matchups haven't been as great. Arkansas has had to play. So Arkansas might make some noise, but man, it's still Florida. Golly, it's going to be hard to upset them, dude, man, because they just look totally on par.
They'll have to. I don't think Arkansas is going to get past Texas Tech, but if they are able to survive that, then yeah, they won't be going too much further past Florida. We should say that. Although that'd be another dynamic SEC matchup here. The SEC just seems to be running this tournament, is it not? Did I mention I have an all Final Four SEC team?
Only half of them are out. You know, it's like, okay, what do we have? We got 7 left.
Yeah, you still got half the damn conference almost.
Yeah. It's like, well, boy, they're not showing up. Oh no, yeah. Well, half of them are still playing. You mentioned Drake a while ago. I saw Ben McCullum has been hired from Drake, has been hired as Iowa's new head coach. So boom, there you go. You go out and press, and
boom goes the dynamite.
Sean Miller making moves, and the coaching carousel already happening right here. But Cooper Flagg's going to be very imperative right here, and he seems to be just totally fine. But I am with you. It's like, let's get this dude on down the road.
Seems like he's all right. Hey, were you watching any baseball over the weekend?
I watched a little bit of Texas baseball. Watch some Texas baseball. How about that?
How are we feeling? Are we thumping our chest yet about Texas baseball?
We are. I think a lot of people are, and this is kind of back to the basketball thing, to where it's like, I thought this was going to take about a year and a half for transition, but I think, remember, Wags, we said after that UTSA loss in extra innings, maybe it was going to be that little eye opener, maybe kind of that little shot. Boy, you want to talk about a shot? You come out and you take the series from LSU.
When was that? When was UTSA? A couple weeks ago?
That was Tuesday night. Tuesday or Wednesday night. And I got to tell you, full disclosure, Wags, because I watched Friday night and I'm like, oh man, yep. That's what I was waiting for. That's that SEC opposition.
Oh yeah, Friday night was not fun.
Yeah, Friday night, I thought, there you go.
Yeah, we lost 8-2 on Friday night, right? Hold on. Let me. Since we're going to talk baseball, let me pull Texas baseball up.
Yeah. You come out and it's just very, I thought, okay, all right.
Yeah, 8-2, lost 8-2.
And then I thought Saturday, when it started out, could be a loss, but man, take control in the 6th, I think it was. You're trailing and you come back and you win 11-7. And then Sunday,
Saturday was the 7th. The big inning was 7th. Was the 7th inning.
The 7th. Yeah, the 7th. Yeah, no, Rob, not complaining about a series win at all. I mean, I'm like bragging about a series win, especially that series win, because that's, hey man, LSU, dude, come on out. Did you see the junk that those guys were throwing?
I know LSU's number 2. Like, where are they at? The Division I baseball has them at number 2. I thought they were number 1.
I know. I saw Baseball America this morning. They dropped to number 5. Texas number 3 now. That's Baseball America. Baseball America this morning that I saw.
I was still going to say that LSU, even though of the outcome this past weekend, and this is probably just me being taking a very soft approach to the SEC, right? I don't want to get too far ahead of our skis. I like embracing the underdog role. As a matter of fact, it's been fun to embrace the underdog role going into the SEC. I'm still going to say that LSU's program is in better shape right now, currently, right now. Like I would say, if I am the opposition and I see LSU or Texas on the schedule, I'd rather see Texas at the moment, right? Yeah. Just based off of tradition, based off the past couple of years, right? Like Texas has got a brand new coach. Maybe there's a chance that you can, get in there and shake some things up with Texas. You go into LSU, LSU's concrete solidified. You know that it's a battered in blue, purple and yellow, no pun intended, type of team that can absolutely just thump you, beat the hell out of you with the aluminum or the lumber, whichever you want to choose, and then can also just throw you off the plate with their pitching too. Like they got the arms, they got the bats. LSU's legit. I'm still finding out about our arms. It looks like we have it. Again, we're not even midway through conference play, right? Yeah. But it looks like the arms are going to be able to come together. All right. The bats, we have the bats.
Yeah. These guys are pounding.
I don't want to sit here and thump my chest too hard, but coming out of a weekend beating LSU is pretty fucking special.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. At home, first home series, and I got to tell you, with Max Wiener,
I'd like to see what happens when we go there. Though. Like,
yeah,
let's have a nice little road trip and see how we fare coming out of the road trip, right?
Yeah. And what Max Wiener's done here, and this, obviously last year the pitching concerns and all of that with with David Pierce as the pitching coach and so forth. Obvious progression right here. Yesterday with Ruger Riojas as the starting pitcher, I thought, I wondered about that, and solid, rock solid. So that the pitching, because that has been the pitching, and obviously the bullpen was.
It's been the heel, right? It's been the crux.
Yeah, it has been, and it appears that you're going in the right direction. And to come out of the box and win that series is just something tremendous, and you're just steamrolling at this point, and a great bounce back, because that was my concern after the UTSA game. Was it just
Saturday didn't look like it was going to go well either.
I know. I thought it was going to be a loss. It looked like, but it's really good to see the bounce back from the error-prone and just mistake-filled UTSA game to where you come back and then you get thumped pretty good on Friday, and then you still are able to fight back on Saturday. And then Sunday was just kind of the culmination of everything. I mean, where you just come out and it's from the first pitch, from the time that the damn managers are meeting out at home plate, you were in total control. And if you're Texas, this is one hell of a way to start. I don't think it's one of those things to where it's like you solidify yourself and call you the king of the SEC, but I'll be damned, that's a hell of a good way to start and a great series to win to get this thing fired off.
Yep, I'm with you, Migo. Good little series. Yeah, Longhorns take down the Tigers there. The Teagues take 2 games out of the 3, and cap it off with a fun little 8-2 victory on Sunday there. Looking pretty impressive, but again, let's a home victory. Home victories are great, but yeah, I'm gonna stand on the top of the mountain and scream. I don't know if I'm gonna thump my chest just yet, but we look pretty good, pretty good so far, amigo.
And you know what's so great is, we make the correlation all the time between the big 3 men's sports with football, basketball, and baseball. You look at the football program, has so much energy that's in it. You see the dish, you see what's going on out there. There's just so much energy that's going around. And now you just hope with this next change that basketball is going to get a little bit of that energy as well, and get people fired up about this basketball program, because the other two, Sam Houston. Yeah. Sam Houston tomorrow night. So that'll be a fun one. But it's just a lot of excitement here around Schloss. Schloss's boss. I saw that. And again,
are we going to get those shirts made? Hey, some cultural, I guess. Is this what? No, it wouldn't be cultural, right?
Salacious
gossip. No, it wouldn't be salacious gossip, because I'm getting ready to talk about a TV series, right? Like,
I thought you were going.
I guess it'd be culture. I guess a little non-sports talk. Those of you guys that watch TV outside of sports, there's this show called 1923 that comes out on, or shows new episodes out on every Sunday, and it's fun for me to watch this because they're going up right now the journey of one of the Duttons, and again, this is a prequel to the Yellowstone storyline from Taylor Sheridan. But they go up through Texas and are exploring a lot of Texas. And I know you see a lot of land, or you see a lot of Texas land features in Landman, right? Another Sheridan story, but it's fun to watch and kind of piece together this dude's journey as he's trying to make his way back from Montana in surging Texas in 1923, when everybody thinks that all the wine, booze, and whiskey goes through New York. people forgot about Galveston, and they forgot about the gangsters and the smugglers. They used to go to basically used to run the West through Galveston. You want to call the crime lords and the drug lords of kingpins of New York? Nah, man, come down and check out Galveston. Of course, this is right after the big storm that happened with Galveston, so that shows the new wall being built up I guess the wall that's there now, right? The seawall that went out, and they kind of addressed that, and then they talk about, is it I can't remember the dude's last name, Salvatore. I can't remember, but he's the guy that ran Galveston, all that time. But it's a fun show to watch, especially if you have ties and skin in the game from Galveston too. It's a fun little journey to kind of get carried away with for an hour each Sunday that happens. I'd love to just be able to binge watch it, but of course Paramount would lose their entire attraction and draw each week. So Paramount,
now you've got me.
If you guys don't have it, I'd highly advise you guys to check it out, man.
You've got me, Wags. The Galveston thing. So my in-laws, Tracy's family, they live right there in the Galveston area, Texas City, and I've been very educated on Galveston and a lot of that era, and that I will definitely watch. I promise you, I will definitely watch that.
Do you take any tours down in Galveston? I went on a ghost tour in Galveston, and it was probably one of the funnest. Well, no, it wasn't a ghost tour. It was a gangster tour, but it turned into being a ghost, like a ghost tour too. So it's kind of 2 in 1. But they talk about the gangsters and stuff that happened down in Galveston around the 1920s and in the aughts. But they talk about the ghosts that kind of are supposedly still in all the hotels.
The Hotel Galvan, I think it's called.
Yeah, I mean, because of the storm, apparently all the souls weren't able to get out of there, and they're all just hanging around in Galveston having a party, man.
Yeah. It's we don't go there very often, simply because my wife, as a kid, spent so much time in Galveston. She's like, I don't want to go there. I want to go somewhere else. And so I will definitely.
Galveston's a fun time. We love my wife.
I like Galveston. I mean, it's very weird. I enjoy going to Corpus Christi, and a lot of people are like, man, that's a
I gotta say that's weird. That's probably weird.
I think a lot of it is, number one, I know a lot of great hole in the wall Mexican restaurants, and I have a lot of friends over there. So I think that's a big part of it for me. But it's the weird places I like to go. And I'm constantly saying about Galveston, and Tracy's like, I don't want to go there. I don't care to go there. All right, well, then we won't go.
Jake, you're kind of feeling me out here. So I just got into White Lotus, and a surprise that I stumbled upon was Sydney Sweeney is in White Lotus season 1. I had no idea. And my wife is making me watch White Lotus. She's not twisting too much of my arm.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun watch. But I don't know. I thought when I first watched it, it was kind of quirky. White Lotus was, but then saw an episode of I guess it's season 4 now, or season 3 of White Lotus, but Walter Goggins is in it, and he's hilarious. He's fantastic. He touted as a character actor, but I think him being able to shine in a damn in a lead role is fantastic for this dude. I mean, people are actually going to see how great of range that this dude actually has. I'll check out White Lotus. I'll give you guys my take on that. But someone also just mentioned 1883 is better than 1923. 1883, I think, is perfection. It's almost a masterpiece. I do agree that Harrison Ford makes things a little bit wonky in 1923, but he and Helen Mirren do a very good job at portraying, a traditional family. I guess I have no idea what the hell that would have looked like in 1923, but Helen Mirren appears to be a tough old bird, and she's I guess running the roost up there, trying to keep everything at bay while Harrison Ford goes off and tries to save the land. But it's weird how they're trying to draw this thing out with 1923, but 1823, I have to agree with you, Double D. Pretty much a masterpiece. You want to talk about a Western masterpiece? Not that I'm the guru of Westerns, considering I just kind of got into them, but I'm having fun watching them, and I appreciate the White Lotus shout out. I'll definitely give you guys heads up on that. But yeah, 1923 has been a nice little escape to watch some period pieces here on Sunday, man.
I think here in the last 2 weeks, Sydney Sweeney and Sabrina Carpenter have become the four most popular words on the show.
I don't know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I got to look her up.
Yeah, look her up. She's a singer.
Right.
Great singer. Great crooner of tunes.
Stumbled upon a Sydney Sweeney in season 1 of The White Lotus, and my wife really doesn't have to twist my arm to watch the show now. So I'll give you a full reprieve, and of course finishing up Mythic Quest as well. So
it's still weird to me, Wags, with the Galveston conversation there that so a lot of people just don't realize how big that was with the gangster thing back then, because it's one of those spots where you wouldn't even like why.
It was prohibition too, though, right? Like people aren't they're not remembering that booze, you couldn't get booze anywhere.
Couldn't get booze here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's going to be a fascinating watch. I look forward to checking that out.
Yeah, it's a good one. Now, of course, it's in its second season, right? And it's a little slow for some people's taste. Of course, people want more action, but first season he's in
you're dealing with here, man.
Spencer Dutton is in Africa, trying to make his way back to Montana. Now he's in Galatzan in Texas, making his way up. Shows you the Fort Worth stockyards.
There it is.
And then shows you out to pushes you out to Amarillo as well. So it's a fun little watch, man, especially if you have a lot of skin in the game, or if you're from Texas, it's gotta be nostalgia or fun to see some of these places or see some of these historical landmarks. What's up, gents? How are we?
Doing fantastic. How are y'all? It looks like Jordan has Wi-Fi finally.
He's in his apartment.
I do. I lost a few battles, but I won the war. So
how many bridges did you burn?
Get 6 months free of Wi-Fi or something like that?
No, I mean, dude, at that point, I didn't give a shit about what discount they're giving me.
10% off? Did they give you 10% off for a month?
No, they well, one, I had to remind them that they originally took $15 off, and I was getting that Visa gift card. I circled back to that, and I'm like, hey, I'm still getting this. Like I didn't ask them. I told them I'm still getting this. But yeah, I don't know. It's installed, working pretty well. So
let there be an outage in the first weekend.
Hey, don't you curse me.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, you're gonna get symbolic atoma. We're gonna get you a couple of free months of you know what you should have made. Let me make the call.
No, I've already dealt with enough. They can't even get the address right when I give it to them.
I will be your what do they call that?
Advocate.
No.
Consultant,
attorney, consultant.
God, what the hell is it called? Name association,
counsel,
something attorney.
Counsel. Your counsel.
No, it's not counsel, Rodney. It's not district attorney. It's something attorney. It's where you actually act in your stead.
Probation officer. Oh, I'm sorry. That's just the things that I've had. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Something. All right. What's on the? We had Texas baseball, gents. Anybody watch some Texas baseball?
Yeah, big series win. I honestly, they made a believer out of me. I didn't think that they would even compete this weekend, but certainly they did. I thought that they hadn't really played anybody. I wasn't that high on Mississippi State, but hey, they took 2 of 3 against LSU. They made a believer out of me.
Yeah, and Friday night was rocky, and then it started off rocky on Saturday, and then was able to right the ship, and then Sunday was a nice little sail home. So we'll let you guys talk about it.
Yep,
perfect.
All right, boys.
You guys have a great
good program.
Good. Have a good one, fellas.
Yeah. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. That's Nick Harris, Jordan Scruggs. A lot of different things I guess we get into, but thank you, Jake. I guess I am Denzel Washington with AT&T. But Nick, wanted to ask, how was this weekend of March Madness? I didn't get to watch a ton of games. I was at 7-on-7 tournaments, but I did see the second half of Maryland, Colorado State.
Yeah.
With the Terrapins sending the Fighting Bam Blakes home, off the buzzer beater. But one, was that the game you had the most fun watching this weekend? And two, did he travel or not?
Okay. I'm going to start on the travel conversation because by rule, yes, he traveled. I brought this up on Twitter. Everyone was like, oh, shut up. He gathered. There's no gather step in college basketball. There's some people that even cover college basketball that were in my comments saying that he gathered. Blows my mind. Secondly, you don't call it in that sense. No. I agree. You don't call it. And I agree. I completely respect how it went down. I was just pointing out that it was a travel. It's like, hey, this is a travel. He took 3 steps. So it is what it is. You don't call it in that moment. Maryland goes to the next round. It's tough for Colorado State, whatever. Exactly, Jake. It's the rule of cool. It's just you allow it to happen. It was not the most fun I had watching a game this last weekend. I'd probably have to look at either UConn and Florida or Arkansas and Kansas. Both of those games were just super, super competitive the whole way. And then Florida pulled away from UConn late, and then Arkansas pulled away from Kansas late. But a lot of good stuff. I don't know. It's kind of the March Madness weekend, if you will. This was the year to miss, Jordan. If you were like, damn, this is like the first time in whatever, I haven't seen many games. This was the year to miss. You're okay. But I still had fun watching. I still watched every game. I think there was only one game that I missed. It was UCLA and Utah State. But other than that, I watched every game. So I still had fun. But yeah, it was definitely not as fun as past years.
Yeah, how's that bracket looking? I think you went like 30-32 in the first round. Right?
Yeah, we don't have to talk about how it looks right now, but it did start great. It started 30 for 32. I was rolling, but I still have all my Final Four teams. I still have like 7 of my 8 Elite 8 teams, so I could bounce back a little bit. But second round was rough for your boy.
Who's your winner? Is it Florida?
It's Florida. It's Florida. Yes. Sorry, I had to think about it.
The cat from Maryland who hit that shot, I know his last name's Queen, but first name Derek, right?
Yeah.
I love the post-game interview. They're like, where does this confidence come from? Because, the coach was like, I basically asked who wants the ball, and he said, give me the mother effing ball.
Yeah.
Where does this confidence come from? He goes, well, I'm from Baltimore. And I thought that was hilarious.
I'm from Baltimore.
Yeah, he said, I'm from Baltimore, because I've watched The Wire several times over. Big fan of that show. And as soon as they put him on TV, I'm like, oh, this dude's from Baltimore. You can tell from the accent.
Mm-hmm.
But what I thought was even funnier, I don't know if anyone else saw this, but Maryland's players were asked, what makes Kevin Willard a coach worth listening to? Derek Queen's initial response, he do pay us the money. This was his reaction on the podium. And for those on audio only, Coach is hitting a face palm. And yes, Wags, I did as soon as he said that, I did think about that, because I know you were in Baltimore for a minute as well. But yeah, just classic March Madness, giving us gems. Love that. And as far as the travel thing goes, whether it's a travel or not, you don't call that shit at that moment.
Yeah.
Just like shooting fouls are almost never, ever, ever called on buzzer beater last minute shot attempts, even though a lot of times there are fouls there. You just can't call. It's the way the game works. Rule of the cool, like y'all said. But yeah, what games are you looking forward to coming up? I know we got a break of a few days before we get into that Sweet 16, but I don't know. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, the bright side of there not being a lot of upsets in the first weekend, which I want to discuss that as well, but we'll get to that, is you're going to have a lot of heavyweight matchups going into next week. I think Arizona-Duke could be fun if Arizona shows up. Arkansas and Texas Tech, I think, is going to be so much fun. That's probably the one I'm looking most forward to. Michigan and Auburn, that's going to be a fun one. Ole Miss, Michigan State. I mean, all of these games have the potential to be a banger. That's what's going to make the second weekend fun.
Yeah, a lot of chalk. For the first time since 2017, the first round didn't have a single 1, 2, 3, or 4 seed lose. And for the first time in NCAA tournament history, the Sweet 16 will be comprised of only 4 conferences, the fewest ever. And it's the 4 biggest leagues: ACC, Big East, Big Ten, and SEC. A lot of fun matchups, but not really a Cinderella or mid-major,
Everyone is trying to blame this on NIL. And sure, NIL has some influence in this, especially when you throw in that last stat there, that all the conferences that are left are power conferences. Sure. But this happens every 3 or 4 years where there's just not a lot of upsets. Like, don't worry. Next year there will be like 11 upsets and we'll forget about this entire dialogue. I just think like the oh, it's because NIL, the big schools are taking all the small school kids away. Yes, that is true in a sense, but it's not like it's never going to return. Like there are still going to be years where we have crazy games and crazy upsets. It's bound to happen. It's just kind of the way things work. It's the power balance. You look at a team like Kansas, right? They recruited the hell out of the portal.
Heck, watch.
Yeah,
I hate Bill Self. I hate Bill. I don't cover basketball, so I can have, I guess, like the opinions of a fan in this way, but can't stand Bill Self. Made that very clear. I did not want him to be the Texas coach, and we'll get to the new Texas coach here in a little bit. But sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. I love a good hater moment. You look at Kansas and the roster that they recruited out of the portal. They were preseason number 1. And they get all this talent from small schools, and then they fall on their face. I mean, like that is going to happen on a consistent basis. I think there's just a really good job of coaching going on around the league, right, or around the country right now. Some of these small schools just had tough breaks. You look at a team like Drake, who has a bunch of Division II starters. They were, messing around in the second round, almost made it to the second weekend. I'm not worried. Well, this will be fine. The small schools will be back next year, and you'll be coming to me when North Texas has a 3-14 win next season. So don't.
Yeah. Saw North Texas had a pretty exciting win last night in the not in the tournament.
Oh my God! Buzzer beater against Arkansas State in the Sweet 16 of the NIT. What sucks about it is in the bracket that they're in, like they're the 2 seed. SMU is the 1 seed. SMU lost yesterday, so North Texas could have hosted the quarterfinals on Tuesday against Oklahoma State, but there's a staff luncheon going on in the arena, and they're going to have to travel to Stillwater now and play Oklahoma State at Stillwater. Like, what type of horse shit is that?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused. Where is the staff luncheon at? It's at UNT?
It's in the arena.
At UNT?
Yeah, at UNT, yeah.
And if SMU would have won, they would have played in University Park? Okay. Yeah. Got it. I was just a little confused there. But, yeah, it kind of shows you where athletics are at G5 programs, Like, that would have never happened at Texas.
No, absolutely.
Or
but even like
any
G5
serious
programs,
athletics program.
Some G5 programs wouldn't let that shit slide either. Like, there's a lot of schools in the Sun Belt that would be like, no, y'all are going to go to the indoor down the street. We're going to play a basketball game here. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God. It drives me crazy. And the staff luncheon is at like 2:30, and it's just they can't clean it up in time to get a 7:30 or 8:30 p.m. tip. It's like, what are we doing, dog? Like,
yeah,
geez.
That is wild. They don't have a convention center in Denton or like a big auditorium or something they can do this at instead.
They have an indoor. They have a 100-yard indoor facility.
Hey, this is fuel for agents of UNT athletes. It's like, hey, buddy, they don't even take this shit seriously. Look, y'all are supposed to have a home game in a tournament, and they're doing lunch instead for the faculty. Make that make sense.
To be fair, I don't think anyone is competing with UNT if agents are involved.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But, I don't know.
For the sport of it. For the sport of it.
Yeah, helps them with the pitch to get them in there. One thing I saw that I thought was pretty funny, and also kind of, what you just said about, the tournament, it being a unique year where it has nothing to do with the portal or NIL, all that. What do you say about this, my friend? And for those on audio only, the top 3 scorers of FAU's 2023 Final Four team are all in the Sweet 16 this year on 3 separate teams: Arkansas, Michigan, Florida. And it's funny, Nick. This cat right here who has his head cut off in the photo, he also played in the tournament, but for San Diego State this year. So, you can't tell me the portal and NIL isn't one of, if not the direct reason for what's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a big influence for sure. But this has been happening for 5 years already, and that team 2 years ago could have been poached the year before. They just weren't, So, like, development is eventually going to win out at some of these schools, and they're going to be fine. Like, we're starting to get to the point to where, like, and this goes to college football too, where we're starting to blame NIL for everything. It's like, okay, we've been in the NIL era for like 5 years now. Like, when are we going to stop blaming, the rise of NIL? Like, we're starting to be established in NIL. There are recruits that came in to college football, came into college basketball College basketball is not as notable, but they have had their entire careers in the NIL era and are going to the draft. So it's like I just don't think we should be blaming NIL on this. Is it a reason? Sure. It's not the reason why it'll never come back. It'll come back. These upsets, these big, 16-1 seeds, we'll see it again. Don't worry. You gotta give it some time.
Yeah.
But that FAU team was nasty. I saw them in person that year when they came and played UNT. And, really, really tough team. John L. Davis is one of my favorite basketball players ever. He's so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I think is really interesting for at least I can say this with confidence for football. Like, everyone so in the group of 5 in FCS last year, every single player that made an all-conference team in the group of 5 or FCS that was they either left for the draft because they were eligible or they transferred up. Not a single all-conference player in the FCS or G5 is returning to their team next year.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And if you want to read more about that, just Google something like that, and Chris Hummer and his story on that will pop up from a few weeks ago. But, like, everyone is always like, man, it's some money that's killing these G5s. Like, do relationships not matter at all? Do these guys not want to, like, stay with the G5 programs that believed in them when no one else did? And one thing I think is never brought up, half of these G5 schools don't even, like, really start recruiting kids until after regular signing day. And they sign them in February.
Yeah.
And so the relationship has only been building or built for some of these guys a week, some of them 2 months, some of them 6 months. But for most of them, it's less than 2 months. So they've been building a relationship, getting recruited by these guys they're supposed to have this amazing relationship with for only about a few weeks before they sign and then move on to campus, and they're now playing for those guys. It's not like it is a much different thing than the guys who have 20 offers by the end of their freshman year and they're communicating with elite Power Fours, multiple times a week for the next 3 years in a row before they ever actually step foot on campus as a college student. I just think that's something that's never really brought up, and it's kind of interesting. And in basketball, I mean, I don't know how basketball recruiting works, or at least I don't know it as well as football. But I assume there's a lot of similar things there with G5, where they're recruiting in the G5s and mid-majors, lower levels starts later on. But yeah. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
No, it's a fascinating topic, and again, there's influence there, and like these lower level schools are going to get poached all the time. Not to keep up bringing up North Texas, but you look at the North Texas team that won the NIT a couple of years ago. You have Grant McCaslin, who was their head coach, who is now the head coach at Texas Tech in the Sweet 16. You have Reuben Jones, who is now at Michigan, one of their starters. You have Aaron, oh my God, what's his last name? Smith. He's at St. John's, and he was a starter on that St. John's team. You have CJ Nolan. He was on the New Mexico team that lost last night. I mean, there's talent all around the March Madness that came just from a school who won the NIT a couple of years ago. So, I mean, there's going to be poaching throughout time. It's tough on these lower level programs because it makes recruiting that much harder, and it's a domino effect. They're going to pull from D2. D2 is going to have to pull from NAIA or D3, and it's going to screw all these programs around. But is what it is.
Yeah. CB with our doing his Kyle Umlang impression. The Aggies still have never made it past the Sweet 16 in program history. Sounds about right. But hey, they got Buzz Williams. Probably not much longer though. Jake Bayless had a great point here on UNT, and it's called the Snake Pit, right?
The
Super Pit. The Super Pit. Yeah, the UNT's arena that's hosting a luncheon. It is bullshit. Like Jake Bayless says, the Dallas Stars and Mavs have played in the American Airlines Center same day multiple times.
Yep.
UNT, I guess, just doesn't want it bad enough. There's someone in the Board of Regents at North Texas that has something against the current Mean Green basketball coach. It's got to be something like that. They can make it work.
It's so dumb.
Yeah. Well. Since we last spoke on air, Texas has hired Sean Miller from Xavier. The Longhorns haven't officially, posted it or announced it, but it has been reported. It is very close to a done deal. Horns 24/7 was told the main reason it hasn't been officially posted yet from Texas is because they're ironing out NIL stuff. So basically, it's my understanding they want in the contract saying they're going to get at least a certain amount of money to use for NIL to fund their team through the portal, high school recruiting. Not every coach is guaranteeing that nowadays, but in football, it is also a thing and is becoming more of a thing as, we move further and further into the NIL and I guess rev share world.
Yeah.
But this is kind of what's going to happen when Jimmy Sexton's an agent for the coach that Texas just hired, apparently, or at least I was told that. But should be announced soon and possibly even, while we're on air in the next 30, 40 minutes. But I don't know. I know that was the guy pretty much everyone was reporting as, the lead candidate for the longest time. But what are your thoughts on Sean Miller's hire? Impressive career, goes back to Arizona, obviously a few other stops, and most recently Xavier, where he knocked off the Longhorns in Rodney Terry's last ever game coaching the Longhorns.
Yeah, I think there's pros and I think there's cons here. There's points of optimism, there's points of pessimism. I'll start with the optimism, in the sense that you look at his time at Arizona. You have 3 Elite Eight appearances at Arizona. He had 1 at his first stint in Xavier, so 4 total. And then you combine that with 4 more Sweet 16s. I mean, he's had 8 appearances in the second weekend. That's big. Now, granted, he hasn't gotten over that Elite Eight hump. He hasn't made it to a Final Four since he was fired at Arizona for the whole investigation. He hasn't really returned Xavier to where they were. But there's also a lack of resources at Xavier. He's been vocal about that. So maybe that's another reason why this NIL thing is a part of the contract at Texas. He's like, look, if I'm going to get money, I'm going to know it up front so that he knows what he's dealing with from a roster construction standpoint. But I think the pessimism lies in what he got fired from at Arizona was illegally paying players. Like that's the best way to put it. And that investigation finally came to a head in 2021. He was let go. Arizona went in a different direction. They're still winning. My question is, now that everyone can pay players and it's legal and it's allowed, can he still recruit to the same efficiency? And I got in a debate with our good friend Guy Frazier about this yesterday. And I was like, look, yeah, you can point to me about what he looked like pre-scandal and what those Arizona teams were and how much of a gauntlet that they were. I think they even had a couple of 1 seeds in there. I think, yes, absolutely. But now that you can't bag a Lauri Markkanen or a DeAndre Ayton, is it going to have the same effect at Texas?
Yeah, no, it is a great point. Jake Bayless makes a great point here. The war chest Texas has is much better than what Xavier has, but at the end of the day, you still got to get those guys. I do think there will be more support for Sean Miller than there was for Rodney Terry, or at least Rodney Terry in the last year or two. And by support, I mean financial support. But it's not like Texas wasn't trying to get guys with big NIL numbers. Think about JT Toppin. They just weren't going to pay that. And Tech was. Is Texas now going to have a higher ceiling for what they'll pay for guys under Miller? Potentially. But if Sean Miller's a coach last year, do they still say, this number's too high for JT Toppin, we're not paying him this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Potentially, so.
And it comes back to how much does this program care about basketball, or how much does the school care about basketball? And I think, we saw a glimpse of that under Chris Beard. We saw what, a lot of resources could do for a roster, so much so that they had Gus Fring coaching that team for the rest of the season and still made it to the Elite Eight, should have made it to the Final Four. I think they can build resources around a team if there's buy-in. I'm not sure if Sean Miller is going to get immediate buy-in from boosters. I think it's going to be more than Rodney Terry, don't get me wrong. Mm-hmm. He's not going to get a Chris Beard level buy-in year one. And that's where I was like, I maybe would have liked to see a little bit more of a search, like have some people tell no. And I think according to a report from Kurt Bowles, they reached out to Patino. They reached out to there was another one on that list. I forget, Bill Self maybe, and they didn't go anywhere. So okay, you had those people tell cool. But I still would have liked to, have Billy Donovan tell no, or Brad Stevens tell no. But we'll see. I think Sean Miller could be a solid hire. I think it could also be a disastrous hire. We'll see. I think there's a wide range here.
Yeah, no, it will be interesting. And also, has it you probably have seen this, and I've been pretty busy this week with the weekend with the 7-on-7 tournaments and getting the Wi-Fi installed on Saturday. But is Texas retaining any of the assistant staff from the RT era to the Miller era, or are you sure?
There hasn't been any movement on that. I think they're going to have to announce Miller before that happens.
That is true.
Let me ask you this, and I'd be curious of the chat. If Sean Miller offered to Rodney Terry, hey, you can be my lead assistant, you can stick around, how do you feel about that?
Well, if I was Sean Miller, there's no way in hell I'd ever do that. Who's the coach? Who's the head man in that situation? You know what I mean? Because I mean, I know Texas, they're only going to bring back like maybe 3, 4 at the most, like 5 guys from this year's team to next year's team. Because I mean, that's just a setup with scholarship and eligibility, stuff like that. But like, if Kendall Weaver comes back to this team, who has more say in directing him to do stuff? You know what I mean?
The head coach.
Yeah, I know, but RT.
I don't take RT as like an ego guy, though. I think he would take a step back.
No,
it probably is a recipe for disaster, but I think it would be entertaining because he's been such a good recruiter. He's been such a good assistant. He's been really valuable to Texas, but you would have to figure out the ego balance 100%.
Yeah. I don't think Miller would ever offer that to him, but if he did, I think he would probably say no. It's also, I think I saw something, RT's like already being tied to a few G5 jobs.
Really? Yeah. I can see that happening.
As in being a head coach. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, and the Sean Miller stuff was funny, you know, him talking about Kendall Weaver is like everyone wants a guy like that on their team, but you know, just already starting player retention about a week before Texas.
You better hope Texas can retain him, man. That'll be huge for Texas next season. You better hope they can keep that kid.
Yeah. And also, I don't know
the contract under the table. Here you go, CDC.
Yeah, I hate that AI and like Photoshop has gotten so good lately. But I saw a photo of him like high-fiving Trey Johnson. I can't tell if that was real or fake, but
I don't know either. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, because it's like, did he actually do that? I don't really remember seeing that, but who knows?
It's like when Dana Holgerson gave Trayvon Boykin a high five on the sideline after he just cooked like the entire West Virginia defense. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Man, some of the coaching sideline stuff, Tomlin leaning in on that kick return.
Yeah.
I thought, man, that
R.I.P. Jacoby Jones.
Oh yeah, that route that Matt Golden ran, where he basically just jumped up over the Georgia DB in the SEC championship game, and Kirby was like right there on the sideline.
Yeah,
that shit was hilarious too, and he's just yelling at the DB the whole time. But no, I don't know. I am curious, you know, what'll happen, and I also think it's funny. I didn't really think about this till CB started pushing this agenda. But Sean Miller does look like a little bit like a husky Sark. You know what I mean?
He does. He's got a little bit more going on with the lettuce. He's got a little bit better hair situation going on.
Yeah, true. But
yeah, he is kind of a husky Sark.
Yeah, wonder what he's like in press conferences. I've only seen a few of those clips, and it was like the ones of him talking about Kendall Weaver. But we'll get into a little football talk. So tomorrow's a big day on the 40 acres. Pro Day's coming up. We'll be in the bubble. I will, in all likelihood, not be there, but I know you will be there. What are you looking forward to, and any specific guys you're really watching out for in regards to the Cowboys?
Yeah, I was pending. I was going to go, but now it's kind of pending. I have some potential thing going on tomorrow night, so we'll see. But hoping I can get down to Austin to see Pro Day. You know, from a Cowboys perspective, I'd be curious to know a couple of things. A, how serious is the interest in Quinn Ewers? You know, how much have they talked to him? What was that combine meeting like from Quinn's perspective? Also, Alfred Collins is a name I'm starting to hear more of being tied to the Cowboys, potentially as a third-round type pick at defensive tackle. They really like what he could do in the run game. There's not a whole lot of pass rush that there is to take to the NFL level, but that could be a potential third-round option. Jahdae Barron, more so from a draft perspective, I'd like to know the teams that are, you know, really in on him. I don't think the Cowboys are going to be a team that considers taking him in the first round. but definitely a strong talent. If he were to somehow fall to the second, maybe that'd be more of an option for the Cowboys. Trying to think more around both sides of the ball. Gunnar Helm, I think, is going to be a top of the day 3 type pick. I would like to see what he runs tomorrow. He sprained his ankle running the 40 in Indianapolis at the combine. I think he ran a 4.86 or 4.87, something like that. He can run faster than that. We've seen that on film. So I'd be curious to know what kind of time he lays down tomorrow. But big day for a lot of these guys tomorrow. I'd also be curious to know if there's any underclassmen that participate, whether it be a guy like Ryan Wingo, running routes for Quinn, or even a DeAndre Moore or somebody like that. I'd be curious to see. But should be fun. Will it be the last pro day in the bubble? Will the indoor be ready by next year, or is it two more years?
That's a good question. I think CB will actually probably know the answer to that, but I believe the facilities are supposed to be done by the 2026 season. It might be the 2027 season, but I believe it's supposed to be finished in July or August of either 26 or 27. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I mean, they do need to get rid of the bubble eventually. It is wild that thing will implode if the door is open. That's why there's always someone yelling at you to close the door.
Yeah.
But yeah, Longhorn Bear, my bad. If you want to see another photo of Sean Miller, let me know and I'll pull it up.
Have you ever seen the bubble at the Dallas Cowboys practice facility back in the early 2010s that collapsed in the middle of it was like they had
they were practicing?
Pull it up on YouTube, and if y'all are squeamish, maybe look away. But
I'm not gonna watch it. We're not putting it on there then.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like there's no gore or anything. It's just wild. They're in a bubble, in a practice facility bubble, and you can look it up on YouTube. And they're having rookie minicamp. It's like 2 weeks after they drafted all the guys, and they're all in there. The media is in there. There's film guys that are up on top and film decks, filming, and there's a huge storm going on outside, and the bubble collapses, and somehow, some way, nobody died. There was four or five pretty bad injuries. One guy was paralyzed, and he still works for the team. Really good dude. Yeah.
I'm suing the shit out of Jerry Jones if I get paralyzed.
He did.
Okay.
He did. And there's a reason he has a lifetime job.
Okay, cool.
But
cool.
Yeah, really good dude. But yeah, it's a crazy video. But yeah, practice bubbles they do be collapsing. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Hey. Maybe one of those guys will grow up to be a politician one day, like Greg Abbott did. From getting that lawsuit money. But sorry about that. I don't like to get political on here, and I won't anymore. Yeah, I actually do remember this as well. Daniel Jeremiah trashing the bubble during Sam's workout. I'm excited for Pro Day, man. I mean, I think obviously, at this point in their careers, you can only judge them based off what happens with pads on, right?
Yeah.
But Quinn Ewers has always been built for this type of setting. Throws on air, the ball coming out of his hands with people 5-10 yards away from it. And some of these NFL teams, they got a glimpse of it last year as well. Quinn Ewers threw at the Pro Day last year, So, interested to see what underclassmen might show up. You mentioned Ryan Wingo. DeAndre Moore is a little banged up right now, so he probably won't be out there. I assume he'll be there supporting. And with Wingo, saw that he's reportedly changing his number from number 5 to number 1. And I do think Khalil Lockett is going to get that 5. Khalil Lockett has always worn 5 at the high school level. And, that's his favorite number. So that's kind of what I expect to happen. Where is this? Okay, Jake Bayless said it's next year.
I just found Chris Delcani said the targeted completion date is April 2026, and it's somebody said it's coinciding with the grass going to DKR, and he said, yeah, the goal is to put grass at DKR in 26. So
interesting. Yeah, they one of only 3 or 4 SEC teams without a turf field, or might be 2. I know Mizzou has turf. I believe Vanderbilt has turf. Obviously, Texas has turf.
Oh man, yeah, there's not many.
Yeah, that if y'all can name any other teams besides those 3.
Georgia?
No, they have grass.
They have grass? Okay.
They got the hedges. They're not growing hedges on turf.
Well, they still could behind the field.
Yeah, whatever. You know what I meant.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah.
Jack Burton says, what was the reason for removing grass the first time at DKR? I don't know the actual answer for this, but I heavily assume just the cost of maintenance. And, you do have to replace turf every few years, but, you don't got to roll tarp over it when it rains a ton, other stuff like that.
Kentucky is turf.
That's right. Yeah. Believe that is right. And I think someone asked it earlier if we'll be streaming from the Pro Day tomorrow. I'm not going there. And Will be on tomorrow, but Will is going to the Pro Day right after we get off. So something to note. But, Steven Delgado, some inside information on the new Texas practice facility, potentially. Huh. Yeah. No, all right. Yeah, I'm not that old, CB, about having a track at DKR. Okay, so Cowboys, coming up for them is 30-day visits. There's also the Dallas Day. With local, or guys that are local prospects from the area. I guess just kind of explain the difference between that, because it is a pretty unique setup. I know all the NFL teams do it, but I doubt, any of them have a better list than what Dallas does, with the DFW Metroplex being one of the top hotbeds in the country.
Yeah, I would say I'll get into that in a minute. Basically, in the pre-draft process, NFL teams can welcome in up to 30 prospects for facility visits. But if a prospect is either graduated high school or went to college, finished college in the DFW area or the metro area, they can go to a facility visit with the Cowboys without counting against the 30. So it's actually a pretty good list this year as far as local guys. Last year was a little bit down, but I mean, in years past, they've had Jackson Smith and Jigba, Myles Garrett, Von Miller. All these guys come in basically for without counting. This year, these are just the guys that are eligible, not necessarily the guys that are coming, because like Shador Sanders is eligible, but he's not coming. Ashton Jeanty will be there. Frisco native. Quinn Ewers expected to be there. Ollie Gordon expected to be there. Damian Martinez expected to be there. Elijah Arroyo, Cameron Williams, Duncanville graduate. Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. Shamar Turner. Jake Majors is another one. Billy Bowman, Theo Weiss, Jaquindon Jackson, RJ Mickens. Just trying to throw out some names that Texas fans might remember. But those are the majority of the Dallas area guys. It's a pretty solid list. And then you factor in TCU, SMU, and North Texas guys as well. And really the only guys that stand out, Jack Besh and Savion Williams. Savion Williams is expected to go from TCU. And then at SMU, Elijah Roberts and Brashard Smith. Haven't heard anything on either of those guys just yet, but it should be a fun day. That's going to happen next week, I believe, or the following week, one of the two. And then the 30 visits will happen soon thereafter. So we're a month from the draft, a month today, till Tennessee's on the clock, but I don't think it's going to be Tennessee, but as of now, Tennessee.
Yeah. What's your prediction then?
I think it's going to be the Giants. I think the Giants are going to jump up to 1 and take Cam Ward. Tennessee
goes back to 3.
Yeah.
Interesting. Be very interesting. Okay, so I did see Brandon Cooks signed with the New Orleans Saints. Not sure if he was ever really expected to be back in Dallas this upcoming season, but does this signing potentially make, receiver more of an option for that first-round pick at 12 overall?
Yeah, I think when the season ended, they both realized that they were about to part ways. Brandon Cooks did do an interview like a couple days before free agency started. He was like, "Look, I'd love to be back. They just got to use me right." And I don't think there was ever a plan to bring Brandon Cooks back, and certainly not the case anymore. Now that he's going to New Orleans, but 2-year, $13 million deal. Even if they wanted to bring back Brandon Cooks, they are not bringing him back for $6.5 million a year. Absolutely not. They've only signed one free agent deal since 2015, more than $6 million a year, and it was like 2 weeks ago. So they're not doing two of them in the same cycle, especially for a guy like Brandon Cooks. But I think receiver is probably the most likely option in the first round for the Cowboys. You look at Tedoroa McMillan out of Arizona. You could even look at Matthew Golden. I think that's a potential as well. But I'd be curious if they wait around on this receiver market now that this first wave of free agency has died down. guys are probably taking cheaper prices. And guys I'm looking at are guys like Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs. I wonder eventually what their price looks like. If you're asking me, go grab Ted McMillan at 12 and call it a day. But I'd be curious to know if they decide to go out and get a veteran.
Yeah, what is the expected place in the draft, or where is Savion Williams expected to go in the draft? I know you brought him up earlier. He's a guy I'm, really curious to see how he does in the NFL. Just super, super fun kind of offensive chess piece for TCU.
Yeah, I haven't heard great things about like his IQ makeup, like off the field and being able to like learn an offensive system. I think those are going to be the biggest knocks against him in this process. If he did not have that stuff, playing against him, he'd be a second-round pick probably. But I think he might end up slipping to the third, potentially even the fourth. But if a team can bring him in, be patient with him, similar to how the Cowboys have been with Devontae Turpin, then he can find a role in this league for sure.
What?
I love a good dog shake moment.
I don't know. My dog just started digging in the carpet. What are we doing, buddy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just completely lost my train of thought.
He's digging up that AT&T man you buried a couple days ago.
Hey, chill. No, Savion Williams, though. I mean, hey, you don't have to learn the offense, and they just snap the ball directly to you.
Yeah.
It was the main reason TCU was doing the Wildcat, and then they were like, oh shit. This play actually works pretty well with this 6'4", 210-pound freakazoid.
Yeah. The wild frog, if you will. That's what they call it.
Yeah. Hey, that is an interesting nickname. It's like the Savion Red Cat,
Yeah.
Who, hey, could he find himself on a Dallas Day visit one day? Potentially.
The star would never be the same. They would never do a Dallas Day ever again.
Yeah.
It would now require prospects to be north of Interstate 30 to come to Dallas Day.
Man, last week, I think it was, I told the folks on air about our fun little Savion Red Twitter likes moment from a few years ago.
Yeah.
No comment on that. There's a rumor that Jerry has been talking to Lane and Jackson from Arkansas, according to Jack Burton.
I don't know. I mean, Jerry, he goes to multiple Arkansas games a year. He talks to players. Like, I'm sure Landon Jackson has met Jerry Jones, but I don't know if there's anything there about, potentially drafting him. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, he I don't know what's his grade right now or stock kind of looking
second round. Like, and he was getting late first round buzz towards the beginning of the draft process. I think he's probably comfortably a second round guy now, but guys love him. And he proved that he can do a bag drill at the combine. So big stock up.
Yeah, I did see that. I love the side-by-side comparison video. It's also kind of wild to me. Like, no one at Under Armour taught this kid or showed this kid how to go through the drill. They just let him raw dog it. And while Rivals filmed, it was a Rivals video, former Rivals national analyst.
Get out of here. Did you also see the latest Rivals video bullshit this past weekend on Twitter? I'm going to send you a tweet. Just stall for a second and pull it up.
Okay. We will see it.
But they are notorious for just posting like the dumbest clips of like clear penalties and like clear things that would never happen in a game. And it's foolproof because I worked at Rivals. I know how these people think, and they do it so that people will shit on them and engage with the tweet, and it makes them money. So like, yeah, I get it, but also it's like, dude, like have a little bit of pride in like the product that you're putting out. I don't know if you could pull that tweet up on our screen here, but
yeah, no, I'm not posting that. I think it's hilarious that there's a community note on it though.
Yeah.
That one had, hey, 24/7 doesn't really post content like that. That is why. But
yeah, Steven, it's the DV one, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so I did see on the timeline the other day you were talking about comp picks for Dallas. Will they have any this draft, or is that going into effect next April?
Yeah, they'll have comp picks in both of these drafts this year. they were awarded. Oh my goodness, it's changed so much because they've traded a couple of those picks around. If you can give me one moment, but they basically how these comp picks work is that when you lose free agents, you are awarded draft picks in the compensatory form the following year. And so Cowboys lost a shit ton of free agents last year. And so it's certainly moved some things around. So yeah, this year they were awarded 3 5th-round picks and 1 6th-round pick. They have since moved one of those 5th-round picks basically back to the 7th in exchange for Kenneth Murray and Kyer Elam. So in reality, they have 2 extra 5th-round picks, 1 extra 6th round, and 1 extra 7th. So that's how it's going to go down for them. But next year, looking like they'll probably get a couple of 5ths, maybe a 6th. But there's so much still to shake out with all of that.
Yeah. So that was pretty much all of the topics I had written down that I wanted to talk to you about. But there's an interesting one that I saw on Twitter last night and wanted to circle back to. And the question was, how many of the NFL's drafts would Andrew Luck be the number 1 overall pick in? And it was a photo of Luck next to Burrow, and that was like the first question.
Ooh, I'm taking Burrow.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm
well, I pulled up the last few first-round picks. We're going to go through each one.
Okay.
And you can't tell me Andrew Luck isn't the guy in most of these.
Probably, most likely.
All right, Caleb Williams or Andrew Luck?
Andrew Luck.
Bryce Young or Luck?
Luck.
Luck is definitely over Trayvon Walker. Trevor Lawrence or Luck?
At the time, we got to think back to the time, like when they were coming out. We thought Trevor Lawrence was going to be hot shit. That's a tough one, just because I'm thinking back to like Trevor Lawrence as a prospect. No one ever questioned. I think I would still go Luck, but it's a lot closer. It's a lot closer than it should be.
Mm-hmm. And you go Joe Beasy in 2020?
I'd go Joe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is also like we should establish this now. Are we thinking like hindsight of how their NFL careers have gone so far, or are we just
trying to think about when they were coming out?
Okay.
Yeah, that's at least what I'm trying to do here.
What about with Kyler? You know, gotta be Luck.
You would probably still take Luck because of the size.
Yeah. Baker, that's got to be
no
Luck.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett, that's an interesting one because I mean he was Shamar Stewart. But with production.
Yeah. I don't really remember how it went down for him in the draft process, though. So honestly, I think I can't answer that one. But probably.
Yeah. Luck definitely over Jared Goff. Luck over Jameis.
Yeah.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah. You would still take him over Clowney, but Clowney would go number 2, no doubt.
Yeah. Eric Fisher, got to go Luck.
100%.
There's Luck in 2012. Cam Newton.
Ooh, you're probably taking Cam.
Yeah.
You're probably taking Cam.
Sam Bradford, you're taking Luck.
You're taking Luck.
Matt Stafford.
You're taking Luck.
Jake Long. I haven't heard some of these names in a minute.
Wow. I forgot he was a first overall pick. You're taking Luck.
Jamarcus Russell. Taking Luck.
Russell. You're taking Russell.
No. Mario Williams.
Yeah, you're taking Luck, even though Williams was a beast.
Denton Ryan product. Alex Smith.
See, now we're getting into a territory where I was way too young to remember what these guys were like coming out.
Eli Manning, Carson Palmer, David Carr, Mike Vick. No, but I mean it is interesting. Like Luck is the number 1 pick in probably over half the NFL's drafts.
Yeah.
You know? Like since he went in the draft, Joe Burrow, Kyler, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams, like those are the 4 main guys I think of where they were locks for the number 1 pick.
Are you taking Andrew Luck or Vince Young? Like Vince Young coming out?
I mean, probably Andrew Luck, but I am, a homer, so probably Vince Young. But like, I don't know. Like, man, is is someone who heard a lot about how Vince, handled himself his first few years with the Titans from someone else who was on that same team with him and on those teams with him at Texas. I'm not sure if he ever really would have been, super, super, super successful like a lot of people thought he would be with other organizations. Now, the Titans were a shit show organization, still are to this day. That's kind of why they have the number one pick. Yeah. But like, if he's elsewhere, is there a different outcome? Most likely, because Jeff Fisher, the QB killer, right? But like, it's just hard to say, So
Jeff Fisher just got a job. He's like the head coach at HBCU. I think it was Tennessee State. Hold on a second.
What? Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Sam Bradford was so ass, and that injury was so bad that the NFL changed their rules for rookies. Hilarious. Shout out Sam Bradford and that agent though for getting the bag. Like, can you imagine that today? Like, do you know how long Shador would hold out for?
Yeah, it would be insane. Caleb, we would still be thinking about what Caleb Williams would be looking like in the NFL.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia. He's actually the commissioner of an arena football league.
Sounds about Jeff Fisher.
But, okay, there was rumors that he took the head coaching job at Tennessee State, but he addressed it and said he did not do that. So, who knows?
He had to address it.
Did you watch that Steve McNair documentary? And if you haven't, it's fantastic. It came out about a year ago, I want to say, on Netflix. It was basically about like Steve McNair when he got killed and everything that happened and how crazy it was. And Jeff Fisher is like one of the main interviews in that documentary. And he's just such a strange cat. Like, he's a weird dude. Like, they have him sitting in this chair, right? In like this like living room chair during the documentary. And every time they show him, he's sitting in a different position in the chair. He'll do like one of these. He'll be like this. He'll be like that. And like he talks in like this like monotone, but like smooth, like slow voice. And he's like, Steve was a good one. He'd do like one of that. I'm like, what is going on here? It was like a mockumentary, like how Jeff Fisher was approaching it, but it was very serious. He'd be like, yeah, he was murdered. It's man, like, it's so strange. So strange.
He was doing like a McConaughey impression. Or he's in like in the car and Lincoln. He's just...
It was very McConaughey-ish. It really was.
I don't know. That was the first thing I thought. Strange. I've never seen that, but I'll check it out. What is it called? Or I bet if I just search Steven.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. Yeah, Steven. I did like the documentary. But yeah, crazy story. Crazy story for sure.
Yeah. All right, few minutes left. That I think is actually a pretty fun question. Give me your 3 favorite sports documentaries and an honorable mention. You can rank them in order, or you don't have to. Also, while you're at it, give yourself a shout out for your barber documentary from last year.
Yeah, I did make a documentary when I was with the Cowboys last year. It's on YouTube. Marion Barber, Do What You Love. It was great. Interview the family. Emmy nominations are coming out soon. We feel really good about our potential to potentially win an Emmy off of that documentary. We've gotten good feedback so far, so excited about that. Aside from that, the Oscar Pistorius 30 for 30 on ESPN. And if y'all remember the story, it's about the South African Paralympian who became an Olympian, and he ran with the prosthetic legs in the Olympics. And he murdered his girlfriend, but accidentally shot her through a door. It was a crazy story. You don't remember this? This is back in like 2013, 2014.
No, I've never watched this one, and I do not remember that.
I remember the story, and then the last comment.
Don't worry, Jake. We'll get to it.
That's a great. It's 3 episodes, and it goes through the whole ordeal. It's absolutely insane, and just a crazy story. That's one of my favorites. That's the one that jumps to mind. Gosh, there's so many 30 for 30s. The June 17th, 1994 one, where it talks about how in the same day it was the OJ chase, the Jack Nicklaus was his last Masters.
The NBA Finals.
Last U.S. Open. NBA Finals is going on.
The earthquake.
The earthquake. Yeah, there was just so much happening. Ken Griffey Jr. hit like some record-breaking home run or something, but there was a lot of things that happened that day. Trying to think what else. The one about Marcus Dupree, that one's just kind of sad, but it's a really good one. The Pony Excess, I think is what they did call it, about the SMU 1980 scandals. It's a good one. Last Dance, of course. Honestly, this new one that just came out about the 2024 Olympics where they follow around all the basketball teams. Some people are hating on it. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. And Kevin Durant is like the star of the show. I think I mentioned this on one of the first episodes that we did on here. It's really good. I think it's called Court of Gold.
Yeah, I have not seen that, but I love the clip where I think it was Serbia was been like, we've been playing together our entire lives. We have chemistry. They're just basically a pickups team. And Kevin Durant was like, man, I don't care if they've been playing their whole lives. They still got to guard Steph.
Yeah, what are they going to do when they got to guard Steph? And then LeBron. Yeah, Court of Gold is great. It's definitely worth a watch. I binged it all in one day. It was that good.
Yeah, for me, I love the You Don't Know Bo one. I'm actually
it's a good one.
Reading this book on Bo Jackson right now. It's pretty good, called The Last Folk Hero, The Life and Myth of Bo Jackson by Jeff Pearlman. About a third into it, pretty solid. The Marcus Dupree one, I love that one. I've seen that one like 10 times. Just stories like that are always fascinating to me, kind of the what ifs, and we do see a lot of those in recruiting, and we see it unfold with our own eyes where, you know, it's just a kid who is God-given talent, athleticism, but between the ears of the people around him, like you can look at him at 17, 18 years old and be like, man, if he turns into a what if, it will not be surprising. And I did like The Last Dance, by the way. And it had perfect timing too. Like coming out during COVID and the world was shut down, they couldn't have had like a better time to drop that in terms of numbers. I have not seen that George Foreman one, but rest in peace. I need to see Court of Gold. Only seen those clips. Trying to think of other ones I liked.
I'll count Last Chance U as a documentary, 100%.
Yeah.
There's a couple of those seasons that were really, really strong. Some of those players, have you seen that some of those players from Last Chance U, especially like in the first season, now that they have like not made it big in their NFL careers and their football careers are over, they are trying to sue Netflix and sue the university for using their likeness for the show. It was like, dog, you signed a contract. Like when that show came around, like you're not going to win this.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so dumb.
I only liked really the seasons with EMCC. I didn't care about the other ones that much.
You know, like the one with Indy with the crazy white dude from Compton as the coach?
No. Isn't that the moron who's all over Twitter now?
Yeah, he's really lost his fastball. But when he did have his fastball, he was fucking hilarious.
Man, I just like – I don't enjoy people yelling on TV. That's why, like, I can't watch Stephen A. Smith besides him having moronic takes, you know? Like, if you're just screaming the whole time, I'm turning this off. Yeah, the Aaron Hernandez stuff has to stop.
The original one was great, though, where they did the full documentary. It was great, but, yeah, there's just too much now. Like, there's so many that have come out that I'm like, I don't even care about that. Like, I'm not gonna watch
the
that.
Johnny Manziel one was funny, but, like, it was such bullshit. Like the whole thing about them making up a lie that they had money, like that was a lie in itself. They had money. I know people who grew up in Kerrville with Johnny Manziel.
And his family is from Tyler. And anybody who
ask his grandparents about that airstrip, my boy. You know?
yeah. Get out of here. That Manziels are one of the richest families in Texas. 1,000%.
Yeah.
But the Sign Stealer one, I watched that.
Yes, I was about to bring that one up.
That was really good. It was really good.
Yeah, that like the way they broke. I actually knew a fair amount about Connor Stallions because I've listened to a few podcasts he's come on where he goes like a lot more in depth than he did on that Netflix doc. But like, dude, the lengths he went to steal signs, and just like the fact that he pretty much master planned his entire life, where he was like, okay, I want to be a ball coach one day. Who are all the top ball coaches? What do these guys have in common? They all went to service academies. So instead of going to Michigan, my dream school where I grew up loving, I'm going to go to Navy instead. Or it might have been West Point. It was
Navy.
Yeah. And I mean, he literally put himself at a service academy for 4 years just so he could, you know, have that in common. So I thought that was interesting. I never saw the Manti Te'o doc.
That's a good one.
The memes from it were funny, but like, I don't know. It's just not that interesting to me that the best linebacker in college football basically got played with online by a fat, wasn't it a fat white guy or something?
No, it was a Polynesian dude like that lived in Hawaii, but
and was cosplaying online. It's also like, dude, like,
yeah,
you're a Heisman finalist and the top linebacker in the country. How are you just not like drowning in it, my boy? You're really on Facebook DMing someone you've never met in person.
See, and that's why you gotta watch the documentary.
Hey, I don't know. That whole thing is very. I'll tell you what, that's never happened to Anthony Hill. You know, or Bo Barnes. I can name a few different kids I know that play linebacker. That's never happening to them.
Speaking of, really quick, not a sports documentary, but I did watch a documentary this past week, and I'll be quick and we can get out of here. Along the same lines, it's called The Imposter. It's on Amazon Prime. It's about this family in San Antonio. One of their sons went missing, and this is like back in like the 90s. And they get a call 3.5 years later from like authorities in Spain and say, hey, we found your kid. Like, your kid is here. Like, come get him. So they fly, they go get him, they bring him back. And he comes back and lives with them for like 5 months. Whole time, it is not the kid. It is like a 24-year-old man who like became an imposter and like stole the identity of this missing child. Go watch it, because the twists and the turns and why the family did that, absolutely insane. It's called The Imposter on Amazon Prime. One of the best true crime docs I've ever seen, if y'all are into that.
That's based on a true story?
Based on a true story. There's some crazy – I don't want to spoil anything, but there's some crazy stuff that ends up happening.
Yeah, I will not be watching that. I saw a preview for either it was a show or movie about how this couple adopts like this girl that's supposed to be 8 years old, but apparently it's like a grown-ass woman in a child's body. And I saw that. It was like, fuck no. Like, hell no. I'm not. I didn't even finish the preview. My girlfriend's like, we can watch this. And as soon as she showed like the first 5 seconds, I was like, I've already seen some of that preview. We're not doing that. Like, I'm not. Dude, I do not mess with horror, any of that type of stuff. Like, I'm just not doing it, you know? So, yeah. Hey, but on that note, we're going to get out of here. Y'all have a great Monday. We appreciate y'all listening. Coach Top, Jake Bayless, Fozzie Wazzie, Longhorn Bears, CB, the whole gang. We really appreciate y'all. And Nick will be back on Friday, talk some of Texas Pro Day, more Cowboys, more draft talk, more March Madness talk. And up next on the SEC or Texas Sports Unfiltered app, Dave from SEC Unfiltered gives us thoughts on the Sean Miller hire and wonders if the Longhorns will be able to compete in the SEC moving forward. What a question. Can the Longhorns compete in the SEC? But anyways, get over the app, and the live stream will be back on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you live stream at 2 o'clock with Chip and Zay. Y'all have a good one, and yeah, happy Monday.
See you, fellas.